live with DM James, who just got back from North Orlando and is feeling pretty good about things because, that's how that works. Um, before anyone joins, and of course, I hope some people will join. I don't think any other major things are going on, but maybe they are. And if they are, then well, I'll call them out and be like, hey, go watch Bears game if you want to do that. I mean, you don't got to sit here with me while I work on my tiny little Legions Imperialis bullshit. In news today, I know some people are going to be upset, but our boy basically punked out the Australian, whatever he was, ambassador. Just basically let him know he's a bitch. So, I mean, that's cool, I guess. I can't feel bad for the guy because it's like, look, man, you're dealing with Trump. You know it, I know it. And you know what the first rule of dealing with Trump is? Don't talk shit about Trump because that dude does not forget. Right? There's no forgetting there. No forgetting, no forgiveness. Maybe forgiveness for some people, but if you're going to run your gator and talk a bunch of shit about, the Teflon Don, don't be surprised when he pulls your ass up on the carpet and let you know how things are. Because, I mean, you can't be mad because you had to know that it was going to happen, right? I mean, if you didn't think it was going to happen, then maybe you're stupid. That's the only thing I can say, right? So, pretty much, apparently, some Australian, now he's like a government advisor or whatever, thought he'd talk a bunch of shit about the Don, and a reporter pointed out that, hey, FYI, what do you think about all the horrible shit this guy said about you? And it turns out the dude who was talking all the shit was in the room. And the president's like, I don't know what you're talking about, who you talking about. And they pointed him out. And he's like, I don't know what he said. And then he looked at that guy. He's like, so you don't like me? And the guy was like, well, President, that was before I was in this. And Trump cuts him off. And he's all like, I don't like you. And I probably never will. And the guy tried to respond. And Trump was like, no. And tuck another question. And it's just like, oh, that guy. Meanwhile, the actual leader of Australia is sitting next to Trump, just looking uncomfortable as hell, because it's like, really? Really? You're going to talk that shit? You talking that good shit right there, right? Like, it's like, do you know who you're talking to? I mean, half of our country's economy is based on the United States. And you're gonna talk a bunch of shit and then come sit in the White House and try to pretend like you didn't mean it or something. Nah, you can't do that with Trump. Trump's my boy from Queens, man. Just like my pops. Trump is from Queens. He'll put his foot right on your throat. He might forgive you. He'll never forget. So there is that. Are we even live? Yeah, we're live. I kind of want to add the other camera so that I can. Yeah, so dear Australia, if you're going to come to the White House and sit in the room with Trump, don't run your fucking yap. Because apparently Trump is not the one for that shit. Because he called that guy out right to his face and basically made him look like a bitch. Like a bitch. And, some people might be like, well, that's not very presidential. Well, it's what I voted for. I voted for a leader that would tell the rest of the world to go get F'd in the A if they want to act up. So, Sorry if that's not what you wanted. Maybe next time, right? Maybe next time. But as it is this time, if you're some minor dignitary or some shit like that in Australia, keep your fucking mouth shut, right? Don't make your whole country look stupid because you want to try to impress some fucking, Australian hippies or something. That's just not a smart play, I mean, and Homeboy learned. That's it. Homeboy learned. I think the Australians learned a valuable lesson on that one. Because, other politicians, right, wouldn't bring that shit up. Oh, we got a bear. We got a bear. A great big bear. A furry bear.
Okay, this is getting weird.
Why? Because I'm singing the bear song?
Because you're singing, yes, exactly because you're singing the bear song. What did the Australian person do?
It wasn't their prime minister. It was one of their
cabinet ministers, parliamentarians.
One of the guys they send to countries to try to work out deals.
Ambassador?
Yes. And before he became the Australian ambassador, he talked mad shit about Trump, right? So he's there. The prime minister sitting next to Trump. They're working deals out. They work the deals out because, Trump, he wrote the book about working deals out. So he got his deals. But one of the reporters is like, what do you think about the fact that, so-and-so talks so much bad stuff about you? And Trump's like, who? And the reporter points to the guy, that guy. And Trump is like, who are you? And he's like, he goes to talk, and Trump's like, wait a minute. So you don't like me? Well, I don't like you either. And the guy's like, well, this is before I was ambassador or whatever he is. And Trump lets him off and says, I probably will never like you. And the whole time, the prime minister of Australia is just sitting there like, and then the guy tries to defend himself, and Trump's like, no, calls another reporter. And it's like, and then what happened? Well, we got our rare earth mineral deal with Australia, and in return, we promised we would defend them in their northern sea against Chinese aggression.
Mm-hmm.
So honestly, same as it ever was, because that's always been our relationship with Australia.
Yeah.
We're going to keep naval units in the region, make sure China don't F with your shit, and you're going to give us a lot of your mineral wealth, right? That's kind of the deal. So, I mean, the actual ruler of Australia, he's happy. I mean, he got everything he asked for, right? He wanted this, and this. Trump wanted this, and this. They lined it all up and said, yep, good deal. Handshake. Let's sign some papers. But that ambassador, he's probably not real happy right now.
Yeah, well.
That reporter put his ass on, as we say in the hood, Front Street. Put his ass right on Front Street.
Put him on blast. Said, there you go.
Didn't even put him on blast. Just said, hey, you know about that guy that talked all that shit about you? Here he is. And it's like, come on, man. You're dealing with Trump. You're going to talk a bunch of shit and then go sit in the same room with him? That's not smart.
So many of them did, though. After his first term, they never thought they'd ever have to deal with him politically again. Oops.
Yeah, like the Germans laughing at him when he was like, you need to get off that Russian oil. And the Germans, you don't know anything. Now he's all like, listen here, you Krauts. You do what I say. And it's like,
listen here.
Of course, Germany's wilding out. I was watching a comedian last night who's German. And he said, so Trump says Germany has to spend more money to make an army. He says, what concerns me is the leader of our army got on stage and gave a speech. And it was like, he was like, so listen here, we're going to create the strongest army ever in Europe. And the comedian's like, yeah, that sounded familiar. It was almost like you're saying, hey, Hans, those uniforms we have in storage, go get them, Like he was a German making fun of Germany, but at the same time, he was being like, when the reunification of Germany, there was the 4-step plan, right? Mm-mm.
Step 1, mobilize the economy. Step 2, mobilize industry. Step 3, mobilize the military. Step 4, France surrenders.
Well, what this comedian was saying is like, so Germany with the most powerful army in Europe, he's like, he says, I bet you right now in Warsaw, someone's being all like, Curva, we're gonna go through this again. You know?
Well, when Germany reunified, French citizens took to the streets in droves to begin planting trees along the Champs-Élysées so the Germans could march in shade next time.
Yeah, right. It was like Germany reunified, France immediately surrendered.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
No, that's my favorite one ever. Is Euro Disney opened with $25 million worth of fireworks. France promptly surrendered.
yeah. The poor French, man. They get no breaks and deserve none either.
Well, but the thing is that the actual people of France fought like devils. It was the government.
Well, the resistance and the Free French guys, they were. You know.
They fought like hellcats, to the last man a lot of the time. But that's
even the Vichy French, when we landed in Africa, they like fired some rounds way above our heads and immediately surrendered and joined us.
Yeah, the Vichy French were weird.
Well, because these were just soldiers, and they're like, "Oh, here comes an army that's going to liberate France. Why would we fight them?
Yeah,
that's exactly. So stupid, right?"
Exactly.
So they immediately and promptly surrendered and become part of the Allied forces as the Free French brigades or whatever. Kind of like I know you've seen A Bridge Too Far because everybody has. The Polish airborne guys. Now the fact
Gene Hackman as the Polish general, Gene Hackman.
Yeah,
he did it so good though.
It's like, yeah, that makes sense. That movie. Talk about an all-star cast. And I mean from both sides of the pond and both parts of North America. I mean, you had like brilliant Canadian actors, English actors, American actors, like everybody was in that movie.
That's true, but you also had Sean Connery. What more did you need? You could have just put Sean on screen. Sean could have played every character in the film, including the Nazis. It would have been great. That's my favorite part about Hunt for Red October.
I think
Sean Connery not doing a Russian accent. Yeah, Clint Eastwood was okay. So here you go. All right.
And Michael Caine,
Sean Connery, Michael Caine, Dick Beauregard, Robert Redford, Anthony Hopkins, James Caan, Gene Hackman, Edward Fox, Laurence Olivier. Hang on. Denholm Elliott, Ryan O'Neal, Hadi Kruger, Alan Armstrong, Michael Graham Cox, Elliot Gould, Frank Grimes, Jesus Christ, Ben Cross. Holy fuck, this is like, what a fucking lineup.
It was kind of like Hollywood said, just call all the stars.
Yeah.
All of them.
But no, Clint Eastwood, I don't think was in it.
Yeah, he might have been in something else I'm thinking of. But I mean, but seriously though, the point still stands. When they made A Bridge Too Far, they're like, call every leading man you can get.
Call them all.
We'll find a role for them.
We have money. Get them all out for this. Great movie. Such a good movie.
Yeah, and it's true, too. It's like the British tankers got held up by German ambushes, and then the 101st got held up, and like just nothing went right. And they thought it was just a random German defense force, and it turned out it was like a fucking SS Panzer regiment across the bridge.
Yeah.
And what do they do? The guy comes over to talk terms of surrender, and they're like, yeah, we'll accept your surrender. He's like, the German guy's just like, what?
For me, the scene that always stuck with me since I saw that movie when I was a kid. Like I was in 77. My dad took me to see it. And I remember this, I think we saw it. I can't remember. I remember I watched it when I was a kid. I think we saw it in the theater. It might have been on TV. I don't remember. But there was a scene that stuck with me, which was when they're all, they can't get to the British soldiers can't get to the drops because every time the drop comes down the field, they're getting spray fired by German troops, and they try doing other flares, and the RAF is like, no, it's a distraction, it's a German trick, just drop them where we're supposed to drop them. And then that one guy breaks ranks, runs through, grabs a canister, which they're hoping is going to be food or ammo, and then gets killed halfway back. And when he drops in the canister, it's fucking berets. Like that was such a scene. I mean, as a kid, that stuck with me.
Well, yeah, and I was watching something about the British SAS.
Mm-hmm.
I guess like at some point, like halfway through World War II, Montgomery decided they would wear maroon berets instead of
Yes.
sand-colored berets.
Yes.
And like it actually caused issues with the SAS guys. They were like, what? Like they were not happy about it at all. They were not. They were like, this is some bullshit. They like their
I sometimes wonder if Montgomery got the short end of that, because like he's portrayed as a very ineffective Allied commander, but man, he had to have been good at one point. He couldn't have been a complete incompetent.
No, here's the problem with Montgomery is he was an amazing general in my opinion, but in a lot of his theaters of operation, look who he was with. Bradley, Patton, Eisenhower. And he liked to play things kind of more on the safe side, whereas Patton's like, no, we're going to ram Sherman's down their throats,
Yeah.
And so, I mean, the British soldiers liked him because he did look out for them. He made sure they did not needlessly die.
Yeah.
He wasn't trying to throw them into the meat grinder, whereas Patton, love him or hate him, he was like, fuck it. We're going to grab a hold of these Kraut bastards and we're not ever letting them go. And that's just how it's going to go, right? And so it's just a whole different way of looking at warfare, So yeah, Montgomery was not a bad general. In World War I, he was not a bad officer.
Yeah, I think though he was much more a World War I officer than he was a World War II officer.
Well, that's why his tactics were the way they were with his infantry support tanks that could only go 5 miles per hour and shit like that. Whereas the Americans, we're making our tanks as fast as possible. Our whole deal is blitzkrieg the enemy. Hey, what's up, Shadow? How you doing, homie? And his deal was, slow and steady. Slow and steady wins the race, except he came up with the Bridge Too Far Operation, whatever.
Operation Market Garden.
And, if shit had went even a little bit good for the Allies, it would have been a brilliant. We would be talking about that maneuver as like one of the greatest military things ever.
That's very true. It's just they had shit intelligence. The weather sucked. The weather sucked. They had shit intelligence, and they did not trust the Dutch underground. That was the weirdest thing, is that they just didn't, like, the Dutch are sending them pictures of these fucking tanks undercover, and they're going, it's nothing. It's like, the Dutch are trying to let you know this is something, motherfuckers. No.
Yeah, so, I mean, it was a combination of tomfoolery. Shadow, if you want, you see the blue line thing. So it was a whole combination of tomfoolery, It took everyone working together to lose that battle.
Yeah, but dude, 17,000 Allied troops died or captured.
Oh, yeah.
That's crazy.
Fighting street to street, house to house. And they were not fighting against a bunch of poussoirs either. The guys they were fighting against were like elite troops that had seen combat in the Eastern Front. These dudes knew what was what. So,
Yep. And us poor Canadians were stuck under the fucking orders of the British.
Yeah. And, I actually defend the British a whole lot. But there was one movie that came out a while back that made me be like, really, Britain? That's how we're doing it? And that was Gallipoli. When Gallipoli came out, and I know they say it's a myth, blah, blah, blah. They didn't do what they did with their daggers and whatever. Okay, fine. I don't know. But what I do know is the English did absolutely sacrifice those Australian troops to cover a British landing, like further down the way.
Yeah.
And that landing met no resistance. But those Aussies died pretty much to a man to those Turkish machine guns. So, I mean, and I was like, man. Plus, it was back when my boy Mel was still young, and making it happen. He just got off of Mad Max, I think.
And Gallipoli's a hell of a movie. It's a hell of a movie. It's a good movie.
It's a good movie, and it makes you think about, you know what? War sucks.
Mm-hmm.
We should do it as rarely as humanly possible, really.
Well, no, we should do it as rarely as rationally possible, because humanly possible is like every week. Let's go.
That's true.
That guy took my cheese. Let's fucking kill him.
It's true. I forget which great philosopher said, that people always talk about if you have a democratic system, you won't have war, except they always seem to forget Greece, which was nothing but democracies and constantly at war with each other.
Yeah, but they were a different kind of democracy, though.
Well, yeah, they were direct democracies, which suck because, as I've learned from watching The Boys, a lot of times the voters are idiots.
Well, yeah, but I mean, not every
At least
Greek
that's
had
what
a vote.
Sister Sage said.
But not every Greek had a vote, so I mean, it's not like you can blame the Greek people. It was the landowners,
Yeah, you had to be a man of a certain age and own property and be able to fight.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, they had a whole system where the richest guys that could afford the best armor were always in the front of the phalanx, and the poor guys who couldn't afford anything but you had minimum shield, helmet, spear, they would be in the middle or back. And then as you got money and got better armor, then you got promoted to the front.
It sounds like a horrible deal.
But they volunteered for that shit. You've got some guy and he's like, I own an olive grove, but my king or whatever, we voted to invade Thessalonica or some shit. So let me grab my fucking, hoplon and freaking spear and go stand in a line with all my bros and stab each other in the face. That sounds like a good idea, and they did that.
That sounds like a good maneuver. Yeah, your buddy Cold Iron reached out to me just to make sure everything was cool, and I told him, absolutely, man.
Well, I mean, what I told him in my message, we're a bunch of Gen Xers, man. We don't give a shit. I mean, it is what it is. It is whatever. I don't know who Cold Iron is. I literally have no idea.
Ooh, there's new ones up. Hang on. Let's play Too Straight for Modern D&D 5. Still traversing the hardwood forest. Hey, is that Shadow? Sup, Shadow? Where you been? Oh, for fuck's sake. Friends of yours?
Oh, no. I can already imagine. What that's about.
Let's play James Made a Dirty Joke, so I made a meme. Spider-Man, I sling cream and it ain't from a can. You got us again. Jesus Christ.
You know what?
Let's play.
That's from like 3.5 hours into that stream when I said, and right? You remember? I was being like, and I apologize for being so crass, but I was like, F them,
Let's play. I was making this meme about the gang taking a flight right before Shadow made his female pilot joke, and it freaked me the fuck out. So I gave him a special new stewardess friend just in case he's a wizard. Wow. Wow. Shadow, you gonna join us or not there, you fucking Californian?
Now, to be fair, they did try that all-female airplane crew thing, and those
that didn't work out.
They ended up trying to land a plane upside down. So,
which is so insane.
It's
in
like
Toronto.
Yeah, how does that happen? I don't know, but hey, sisters leading the way, or what do they keep saying on like freaking The Boys? Women making it happen, or some shit.
Girls get it done.
Girls get it done. Yeah,
they're referring to their hair and nails. I agree.
Yeah, I haven't seen the memes. I've been kind of busy this morning.
Well, he made one special for you, bro. So you should.
Yeah, I'll check it out right now. So
special for you.
And apparently, he was taking a flight.
I don't know if I should feel honored or terrified. Yeah, he shot me too.
You scared him a little bit. He was worried that you might be a wizard. So.
Yeah, he reached out to you too. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I guess he's, people giving him shit for stuff.
Well, I no one on my Discord better be giving him any shit. because I've let everybody know that I don't get it doesn't bother me in the least. I get a laugh out of it. And if that's what he wants to do it. Post it on X. Make us famous.
I
don't
like Drunk
care.
Octopus wants to.
You know. But
Shadow, we're getting audio bleed over from you, Shadow.
Yeah, it's me because I'm yelling. I need to use
anybody who knows me knows I despise centaurs.
Whatever. Shadow, we're getting audio feedback from you. You got the YouTube open. Close it.
It's because I'm on Discord at the same time.
I don't understand your text issues.
At least you got my shit. At least you got my type right.
Yeah, I never need to see your O face. Just saying.
Nobody does.
I mean, because everything I've seen, it seems that your type is leather daddies.
Yeah, that's not even close. What's up, Cal?
I don't know. Rob Halford was pretty cool. I'm not saying I'd have sex with him, but he was pretty cool.
So was Eric Bloom. I should show you guys, although I'll regret it. There's a picture of Bloister Cult from the liner, the album liner of the album Mirrors, and they couldn't look gayer if they tried.
The album Mirrors.
Yeah, it was like 1977, right after Some Enchantment.
It was a super rare album. They only released it in California.
No, it wasn't rare. It wasn't rare. It was right after Agents of Fortune with.
No, I was just making the joke, Shadow. You know the joke.
Yeah,
it was a super rare album. They only released it in L.A. and they only put out 1,000 of them. But their best song is on it. Trust me. It's But like I've admitted, I'm just as much of a hipster, just in a different way. The difference, though, I think the reason you got the title hipster and everybody has been kind of mocking you a little bit, friendly mocking, is because unlike you, even though I am a bit of a hipster myself, I typically keep my mouth shut.
Yeah,
when somebody says, I like Rush, I don't immediately go off on some weird tangent about, well, there was this other band, I mean, they were the great. No, I just say, oh, yeah, Rush is cool. So no one can get me. Because
if we're getting started, I'm going to go make coffee. You two can talk about all the Warhammer you want one going.
I'm just building Warhammer. Is somebody?
James, I'm going to send you this picture on Discord.
Which picture?
The picture I was talking about.
Did you see what George made?
The wizards in the barbershop?
And I swear to God, the one in the background is you.
Could be. I just pasted it.
Classes talking to the bald guy, and they're having a good time. And in the background, there's this dude with long, straight hair and your beard. And he's just kind of sitting there listening. And I saw that, and I was like, is that supposed to be Shadow? Could the bald guy be Bear? I mean, is this us?
Yeah, I was kind of. He was showing me. Yeah, it's supposed to be showing me those pictures last week, and he's got one that's actually a little bit animated and whatnot.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was supposed to be a shop, but I kind of figured it out. It was really, really well done. He's done some great stuff for my channel for months, man. Just absolutely.
Yep. He sent me a private message and said I could use it, whatever.
He even,
so I'm download it and start using the picture as one of my,
He's made every thumbnail that I have that's not a photograph. He's made, including the symbol for our channel. Jackie made that, but he made one that actually animates and rotates. It's really kind of cool, but I don't know where I can use that.
Yeah, that's a cool symbol too. It reminds me of the Imperium of Man from Third.
Jackie and I designed that. He was whining the whole time. I'm like, dude, it'll take you 5 minutes. Yeah, but it's 5 minutes, and we finally got it done. And we're going to have a banner or a flag made of that, so that when I start doing the conventions, probably after he graduates, that I'll be able to carry that flag wherever I walk around in the convention. So people will be like, oh, I know you, that kind of thing. Meet new people, that kind of
Yeah, except it could be like, oh, I know.
Yeah, I knew you were going to say that as soon as I said that.
Well, no, I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean that, you go to these conventions, there's a lot of freaks at these conventions, man.
Yeah.
Like if I go to like if I were for some reason out of my mind insane and decide to go to Gen Con, I would probably
You
shave
need
my
an
beard, get a haircut.
you need armed escort.
Yeah, I mean, I'd shave, get a haircut.
I volunteer for that duty, but you know,
Cal,
then
if
we
you're
have two
asking
things to
who
work.
made all the memes, the first bunch of like kind of dirty memes, it's Cold Iron Oven. No, I don't know who the hell he is, but every show I do, he makes memes about the show,
Yep.
and I mean, they're all funny. Some though are like actual legit hilarious.
Oh yeah. Like I said, he reached out to me this morning and said I'll lay off the gay shit. I'm like, dude, I'm not gay. I don't give a fuck. It's fucking hysterical.
He did the same thing with Bear. He reached out to Bear and was like, "Look, I don't want to offend you or anything. Let me know."
Dude,
And he
and he
reached
said
out to
I
me
could
like
get
a
like
week ago.
I told him, I could ease off that or whatever. I'm like, dude, not knowing what's coming next is part of the fun. You know what I mean? Not knowing.
I told him to start posting that shit on X.
Uh,
I was like,
yeah.
if you got channel on X, start posting that shit. I don't care. Make me famous.
Yeah, off-grid gaming has been posting a bunch of our stuff on Twitter as well. So much to the point that we've probably gotten 20 or 30 subs from him doing that. I just don't have the freaking time, and it's like Facebook. If I go on Facebook, I get sucked into one rabbit hole of all the missing people. I get tons and tons of posts about missing children. So if I see one, I've got to share it. I know it's not probably doing anything, but who
You
knows?
don't know. It might be.
So I religiously repost, and Bear's probably sick of them, of all the missing children. But it's not just children; it's adults and grandparents and just just regular folk just disappear. So I gotta hit the share button. I used to put the little sad emoji, but I'm like, it was still taking me an hour to scroll like a foot or two down the.
Believe me, there's been a few times in my life that I literally did want to disappear.
Yep.
Just run to the woods and never come back. But then I ended up not doing it. Anyway, who catches all the crap? A lot of times Shadow does.
Yeah. It's all good fun. I don't care.
But I mean, like, I said last night, the show ain't the show without Shadow.
I appreciate that, man. It means a lot.
He's like, I'm not a funny guy, really. And I know for a fact that me sitting here building these little robots is probably not super exciting. So when Shadow shows up and starts, talking about more interesting stuff, I mean, it's just good for me because, and then of course Bear showing up and getting involved makes it even better, because I'm that kind of guy. Anyway, though, I had a little bit of an LL Cool J moment, but in reality, I do better when I've got a couple of other guys to riff with, and as much as I make fun of Shadow about shit,
that's it.
Oh yeah, that's Cold Iron Skillet or Cold Iron Oven. But yeah, Shadow shows up and he's got all kinds of different points of views about gaming and stuff, and then I can have opinions because I'll tell you what, I mean, I know a lot of people like my bro Double D. He gets his script together, they talk about it, they put work in. See, the last thing I want to do is put work in. It's not because I don't love you guys. It's just that I'm lazy. that's why I don't script shit. So having a couple of chuckleheads on here cracking jokes, and
I'm a chucklehead.
you are one of my favorites.
I'm a chucklehead. I'm a knucklehead. That's what I am.
Kanakistanian chucklehead. I was just explaining why I like you guys on the show so much.
I was listening. I had my headset on the whole time. I heard the whole thing.
Because I am literally the most boring son of a bitch you ever seen. I dress.
Well,
in
that's
blue.
not true, but that's okay if you think.
Yes,
so.
only blue or navy blue from head to toe, except my patent shoes. I make them shine most of the time. Yeah, you know what I'm doing, Bear. Except when they're being trod on by this here friend of mine. 6'2" and rude as hell. I got to get him in the ground before he starts to smell.
I have no idea what song that is.
My name is Mud.
Primus, baby, Primus.
Yeah, that's an old Primus song.
They
One of
suck.
the few. What?
That's what you're supposed to say. Go look it up.
No, Primus is awesome.
No, literally,
I'm
that
sorry.
was their thing.
No, I'm not a joiner like you, Shadow. I don't join little cliques.
This was
just
way before they
appreciate
were.
them.
This is going back freaking decades.
Of course it is.
That's where all my actual intact memories
All
are.
right, the origins of the Primus sucks joke.
There you go.
And on one of their first gigs, they introduced themselves, and a heckler yelled, "Primus sucks!" And after that, Les started introducing themselves as, "We're Primus and we suck." Okay, fair. Yeah, man, they're amazing. Like, come on, you're talking about a fucking bass-led band, and it's not just bass-led. Like, he's a fucking virtuoso on that thing. You know what I mean?
He is like hillbilly punk rock.
Oh my god.
I don't know where he's even from, but oh my god, like when he's like
Les Claypool, I think he's Californian. Let's
you
find
know
out.
the ooh, 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 ooh.
Why not? I got herself a big brown beaver and showed off to all her friends.
Yeah.
Richmond, California. That's where he's from.
And then he talked about the one guy. He works at the carnival. He smokes cheap cigars and
candies up his nose.
Yeah. Yeah,
That
man.
smells like Taco Bell. That
Yeah,
smells like
it
seven
smells like
layers.
seven
That
layers.
beaver eats Taco Bell. They're
And
fucking
Jesus
amazing.
built my race car.
What's
I
the one
mean-
about the cat? Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
They're great. Primus is great.
Yeah, I mean, talk about a dude who just said, you know what? I'm going to pick this bass up and I'm going to do stuff with it that other people think you shouldn't be able to do.
Yeah.
I'm going to do it anyway.
Come on, man.
I mean, not to take away from Flea, who can thump a bass and do the funk as good as anyone else, but I think Les Claypool is a better bassist, probably.
I agree with you on that 100%.
All
Though the
around.
guy
Like
who's
all
the best bassist I ever heard, like, you know, hang on, was
Peter
give me a
Still?
second. No, maybe. I don't know. I got to get his name. I don't know who that is. Nick Beggs. He was the bassist for Kajakugu, and now he tours with Howard Jones.
Are they the ones that did like Eye to Eye, Hush Hush?
No, Too Shy. It's called Too Shy.
Okay,
Listen
whatever.
Listen to it again. Listen to it again, and just listen to the bass at the start of that fucking song. It'll blow your mind how good the bass is.
See, George, who made our badass wizards hanging out in a barbershop picture, Winona has got a big brown beaver.
Winona got herself a big brown beaver, and she showed it off to all her friends. One day, you know, that beaver tried to bite her, so she caged up with Cyclone fence.
Yeah, I mean, and he sounds so like a guy down the street from where I grew up. It's like, yeah, you would fit in. You'd be a holler crawler.
Holler crawler.
But you know what's crazy? What's his name? Lead singer of Creedence Clearwater. I think he's from California.
I would believe it. John Fogerty?
And yet he does that southern bluesy, like you would think he'd come out of a bayou or something, you know. But and
Absolutely.
I think, as Hungar pointed out one time, he's the only guy who ever got sued for sounding too much like himself.
Like himself, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's like
Too funny.
yeah.
Yeah.
And
now
it
Rex was a
the
Texan
song,
out
The
of New
Old Man.
Orleans, and he rebelled with a carnival show.
Yeah,
Ran bumper cars, smoked cheap cigars, and he candied up his nose.
yeah. The old man down the road.
But fuck that's like, and worst part is for the two songs that he gets busted on, they're like the two weakest songs from both his solo career and CCR days.
Right.
It's not even the good ones, you know?
Oh, what is okay? Now I gotta think what my favorite CCR. My favorite CCR song is a cover. Heard it through the grapevine.
Really?
But I do like their version of "Put a Spell on Me." That's pretty good too. I mean, if you're into that bluesy kind of rock, I
like bluesy rock, but I get tired of CCR because I grew up in the '80s where everyone was playing the fuck out of it on classic rock stations.
Of course,
70s.
Oh
Of
my god,
course.
everything from the '70s got overplayed in the '80s. Mojo Nixon,
yeah,
Michael J. Fox has no Elvis in him. Elvis is everywhere, man.
it's
What's up,
like
George? You're just talking about you.
yeah, I said that like Mojo Nixon. It's like we had a radio station 100.3 WDIZ, and all throughout the 80s all they played was 70s music.
Yeah. So here in Montreal, we had Shome 97.7 FM, Montreal's home of classic rock. So everyone in high school, we listened to it, right? There was two channels. There were two English stations you'd listen to. You'd listen to Shome for the classic rock, or you'd listen to CJFM for the modern stuff, right? Like the more contemporary, weird, dancey, new wavy
Right.
type stuff. But for fuck's sake, would they overplay CCR, Zeppelin, Floyd, and the Beatles? They would just overplay them. You know what I mean?
See, I love Led
We
Zeppelin.
had that too.
I truly do. But I still think it's kind of funny that the only reason we got Danzig was because of how much they hated Led Zeppelin.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah,
Like,
I
when
think
they
I'm
formed-
real
when
burnt
they
out on
formed the
them.
Misfits.
Oh, come on, George. Punk Rock Girl? Oh, come
Punk Rock
on.
Girl. Yeah, come
Oh,
on.
yeah, George, buddy.
We'll name
That's
her
awesome.
Lizzie Pearl or
We'll
something.
name her Minnie Pearl. Just you and me. Punk Rock Girl.
Yeah, she picked me up in her car and we went for her. And he's like, "Whose car is this?" And she's like,
No,
"I
how
don't
much
know.
did you
Just
pay for?
stole it."
I'm
I
not
don't know.
seeing
It's
that comment.
stolen.
That's weird.
Punk Rock
Okay.
Girl. Oh,
Well,
Please
if you go
say
to the
yes
doctor,
or
they'll
something.
check your eyes and then they'll give you some glasses, old man.
No, it's literally not. It's not
I
there.
see it.
Sometimes I've been having that issue where you guys are talking about a
Right.
comment.
Sometimes I can't urinate properly because I'm old, and that's why I take Max Flow.
Wow.
Now I live a classic lifestyle, feeling confident and secure. Warning: you may piss your pants.
could be worse. You could be that guy that they're like, "We will send you like 90 catheters.
Oh, fuck.
You can't pee, so you got to put a catheter up there to make the pee come out." They're like, I don't know about all that."
Yeah,
I
that's
don't see that.
If you don't like Mojo Nixon, then your store could use some fixing. Yeah, when they go to the store and ask,
you got some
for
Mojo Nixon. He says we ain't got that here.
Yeah.
Punk Rock Girl.
Oh, can't you see?
Just you and me, Punk Rock Girl.
Another band that was kind of like inspired by Zeppelin would be the Ramones. And the inspiration they took from Zeppelin is to never make a song more than 2 minutes long or 2.5. And that is why every Ramones song starts out with 1, 2, 3, 4. And then like 2.5 minutes later, they're done. It's like, we hit, we're gone.
Yep.
Because I don't know if they hated Led Zeppelin, but they were sick and tired of all the power ballads on the radio. These 8-minute long songs and shit. So they're like, "No, we're not going to do that. We're going to do 2-minute songs up in your face." And even though they're punk, in a lot of ways, some of the Ramones music sounds almost like 50s bebop music. You know what I mean?
Well,
Like,
okay, so you got to remember something, right? If you take metal and you take off the distortion, it's surf music, it's surf rock.
Some of it.
A lot of it.
Think
A
so?
lot. There's a guy who had a YouTube channel where he would do it. He would take all your favorite metal songs, turn off the distortion, and slow it down a little bit, and it was fucking surf rock. Uh-oh. James is having troubles.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs.
Gun. It's not telling me that I'm having any internet issues.
And yet you are.
And yet I heard what you said, Bear, and I agree.
Do you have slow internet issues? Do you feel
Because if
less
you
of a
listen
man?
to the song Gina is a punk rocker, that could be like
Gina is
bebop
punk
song.
rocker, Sheena is.
Yeah, a punk rocker, Gina is a punk rocker now.
The KKK took my baby away,
Baby
took
away.
my baby away. Yeah, it's totally, that's what they're doing. They're doing totally 50s greaser rock, but sped up and a little angry.
Oh,
They
even
took
the
her
way
away
they
so
look,
far from me.
even the way they dressed was that, but like, you know, you fucked with the brightness and darkened it up a bit.
Yeah.
Hey,
You're
Angrim.
right. They were wearing like their leather jackets.
Blue
their
jeans,
Brooks
t-shirt.
leather
That was,
jackets,
They just didn't have
jeans.
pompadours. The only difference is no
and
pompadours.
they weren't wearing the
sideburns.
white t-shirt. They were wearing concert shirts.
And you're right, no pompadours.
Hey, Agrim, how you doing, man?
Agreeing. What is up, homie?
Abe Pagal.
Nice to meet you. I
You've
thought you were
met him
another friend of
before.
mine who's got a very similar name. For a second, I'm like, no, there's no way he's on this show. Right
You
now.
probably never heard of him. He's like really cool and like they only know him in Santa Barbara.
Agreeing. Like that joke that people on the internet do when they do that. You know. I saw a guy doing that to a coworker who was like, I think a Sikh or something. And the Sikh dude's just looking at him, and when the guy starts singing, the Sikh dude just cracks up. He's just like, because he's like, Sha Na Na was badass back in the day, especially Bowser. But
It was funny. I don't know that I would call it badass. I mean, they were talented, but I don't know that I would necessarily call it.
Don't ever change, Shadow. Don't ever change.
yeah,
I don't
okay.
know that I could.
Stay your bitter, jaded self for all eternity, please.
Yeah, I'm not saying
Bitter?
anything about anything. I mean, you know,
Well, I can be bitter.
I'm going to be positive. I
No.
thought Sha Na Na was a funny show.
I never saw the show, but I heard the music.
You had a bunch of Jewish guys pretending to be Italian guys singing old greaser rock type songs. It's like, okay,
Now
All right.
that's comedy.
that's the squirrel,
Yeah, Slappy Squirrel.
Slappy Squirrel. That's comedy.
Now that's comedy.
Yeah, I love Slappy Squirrel.
I used to get so fucking high and watch that show. Like I was a bouncer at the time.
Dude,
I'd
original
get home.
Animaniacs.
I'd get home. So I'd get up late on Saturday afternoon because I worked at the bar. I was up till 4 or 5 in the morning, and my roommate would have taped The Tick, Animaniacs, and a couple other shows for me. And the night before, he taped the Friday Night Mystery Science Theater for me. So I'd like wake up,
Back when it
order
was good.
order some breakfast, roll a fucking joint, park on the couch, and just like laugh for 3 hours. It was the best, and then go to work and punch people in the face. It was so much. It was
Yeah,
needed.
I mean, so good times all around.
Oh, yeah.
I remember one episode of Animaniacs when they're trying to be like Pee-wee's Playhouse.
Oh,
They're like,
dear God.
today the secret word is Total War. And then they invited Sheridan on, and the cartoon Sheridan with his little Civil War uniform and all that. And he's like explaining Total War, and every time he says the word Total War, the whole crowd goes, ah! It's like, and I'm just like, wow. And then, of course, Yakko singing Every Nation in the World.
United States, Canada, Panama, Peru. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And then they did an update.
And
after
they
that.
always did the joke, hello, nurse.
Hello, nurse. Or the best was when they were doing the crime investigation, and Dot, you fingerprints, and then they cut to her holding Prince in her arms, and they cut back. I'm not touching that one. You said fingerprints.
It's amazing how much the people who worked on those cartoons all the way back to Bugs Bunny, I guess, really relied on a lot of Marx Brothers humor
Sure.
in a medium that would, exist way past,
Yeah, but
normal memory of the Marx Brothers.
Shadow, it's called inspiration based
Okay.
on the actions of people who literally trailblazed the whole genre.
But
It's
I mean,
kind of like saying, it's kind of like, and I'm not jumping you, but it's like saying it's funny how so many cosmic horror writers sound a lot like Lovecraft, even though Lovecraft's been dead since 1930, whatever. And it's like, yeah, but he did kind of trailblaze the whole genre. So of course Stephen King is inspired by him, and Dean Koontz, and all of them, because
right.
the way life works. Also, Algernon Blackwood and C.S.
Ashton
Charles, what's his name?
Ashton Clark Smith.
Ashton Clark Smith was a big one. There was a lady.
His books are getting really hard to find.
Apparently, there was a lady that I don't know if you know the Lovecraft story of the Mound, where the dude goes like,
Yeah.
That was written.
I know what you're talking about now, but I can't remember her name.
That was written with a lady, so
Yeah.
that was like a co-op kind of thing. Lovecraft and this lady wrote it.
He
And
wrote
then everyone
actually.
started hating the lady because they said
I
she
have a
was like
book.
super racist.
I have a book of collaborations. H.P. Lovecraft. The one with Houdini and that one.
Under the Pyramids.
Yeah. That's actually one of my favorite Lovecraft stories.
And the thing is, Lovecraft didn't even put his name on the book when it was originally released. It said on the book, written by H. Houdini or whatever.
Yeah.
So
He was more of a household
basically a
name.
ghostwriter for a couple of people. Tempted to shave the beard and go, yeah, look, George, get yourself a big pompadour and a nice Brooks leather jacket and some old surplus army boots and some ratty looking jeans, and you're good to go, man. See, me, I can't grow a pompadour no matter how much gel I put in my hair, how much freaking Dapper Dan. It's just not going to work. My hair is like, no. Hell no, I don't want your whatever. I'm a Dapper Dan man. Well, ain't this place what is it? A topographical miracle? 20 miles from everywhere. Whatever. 2 weeks from everywhere. Shadow, you're looking like you have no idea. That's Oh Brother, Where Art Thou?
Yeah, I didn't like that movie.
What?
I turned it off like 20 minutes in.
It's literally the Odyssey, except set in the 20s. You literally turn that. How? Okay, I'm dumbfounded.
One, I can't stand George Clooney, and it just.
I feel like you are attacking my heritage for some reason.
Nope.
I mean, right? Because he left his home in old Kentucky, the place where he was born and raised. I swear I was born and raised. Yeah. Some people might say that I'm a stranger, a face you never seen no more. See, yeah, I mean, how could you not like that song from beginning to end? The music, the acting, everything. I mean, George Goodman as the Cyclops, amazing. Not George, the guy that played Dan on frickin' the Roseanne Show.
John
Goodman.
John Goodman. Yeah, as the Cyclops.
I didn't make it that far.
You need to rewatch that movie.
If it's got George Clooney in it, it's not going to happen.
Dude, separate the George Clooney being a retard from that movie.
Why would I do that?
Okay, that movie was written and acted in and everything before George Clooney become a retard. When he was in that movie, he was still a normal person.
But I'm still going to see him as the retard. You
Oh
understand,
my
right?
goodness. Well, you know what it says in the Bible? You try to help people, and some people just can't be helped, and you're best off just going on. So I'm going. I'm
Yeah,
going to take the words.
I just
I'm
can't
going to
do it,
take the
guys. I
words of
just
my
can't.
Messiah and say,
I can't watch a Robert De Niro movie. You know, I just can't do it. I
"Look,
never really liked him to begin with.
De Niro might be a scumbag in real life, but you're telling me you can't watch Goodfellas?"
I've never seen it. I don't watch mob movies. I don't watch gangster movies. Just have no interest in it whatsoever. Never seen The Godfather. Just
Man card officially removed.
sorry, I
Ooh.
just have principles. I don't
You have
watch crime.
principles.
Yes, I do.
You don't watch crime movies because of your principles.
I just never,
And Goodfellas is based on a true freaking story. And
What are
the
the
main
principles?
character,
I want to know what these principles
I
are.
don't want to be influenced by that sort of behavior or
Are you
fellas
such
and
a
know how to try and
weak-willed
rob
human
Lufthansa?
being that you watch a movie and you immediately must enact what you saw in the movie?
no, of course not. Of course not. I just
Because
don't
if
want
so, you're the reason why warning labels exist on records. Just so we're clear.
no, I just don't do it. It
Claymore.
holds no interest for me.
Okay, it holds no interest for you. Fine, whatever.
I almost exclusively only watch sci-fi, fantasy, horror my entire life.
All right. Well, I'm going to
Yeah.
tell you this, and I mean it with all the love and everything that I could possibly have for you, which is quite a bit.
Uh-huh.
Goodfellas is a great fucking movie. I don't care if you hate De Niro. I don't like that bastard either. But that does not take away from the fact that Goodfellas is like a top 10 of all time movie.
Why?
And Godfather, especially Godfather 2, get the F out of here, man.
Why is it so good?
The acting is amazing. The cinematography is amazing. The
Uh-huh.
story is gripping because there's so much shit going on. You're just sitting here being like, you know, and then it's a true story. Now, Godfather, I don't know if that's a true story, but I know for a fact Goodfellas is a true story because the one dude that had to go into federal protection, he ended up in Florida. So, you know, whatever. He ended up in Florida the good way because De Niro told him to take a ride down to Florida with a friend. And it was because De Niro was going to have him fed to alligators. Because apparently back then the mob would sometimes send people on a trip to Florida, but then they never come back. So, you know, it is what it is. I mean, you know, that's pretty rarefied tastes, I have to say. Anyway, this is what a castigator knight looks like. You got a power sword on one side, a giant big ass chain gun on the
Hold on
other
a second.
side,
I
and
think
it bumps around.
I think I've got a couple of those right here. I'm not sure.
I'm just happy I got built. That thing last night when I was talking to you guys, that thing was giving me so much problems. I was
James, is that it?
That's the other brand of of this. It's called a Lancer.
Okay. I really dig the way they did the shields. I just wish
power shields.
I could have
There's
sworn
like a void shield inside of that frame.
yeah, I wish they would have put like made a blue or green or some sort of clear plastic to fill in the spaces.
You could.
Oh well, it's too late now. I glued it all together and shit.
But anyway, yeah, I'm totally going to let it slide that you've never seen Goodfellas. I just think that it's crazy to me because I mean that is like in that era, that is definitely one of the best movies of all time. Next, you're going to tell me you never saw The Usual Suspects either.
Never saw it. I did see the original Ocean's 11 and then the remake, and yeah.
Well, let me tell you something, Shadow.
I'm listening.
The Usual Suspects, which stars a guy I know you hate, and he deserves the hate, Kevin Spacey. But regardless of that, is a top 5 of all time movie. You should watch that movie.
I actually watched 1 or 2 seasons of House of Cards before I found out all the weird shit that he was into, and as soon as I did, I didn't watch it any further.
Like I said, you got to separate the art from the artist sometimes, or you're just shooting yourself in the foot. I know that Pundit and various other people may disagree with me on this, but
Yeah, I just don't want
it's
their.
their right to disagree. But I'm telling you right now, you're missing out. You're literally missing out one of the best movies. Like, that ain't even a movie, that's cinema. That's straight up cinema. Like, you know, when you get a movie where every actor nails their part just perfectly,
Sure.
and the chemistry between all the actors is just out of the world, and then the whoever was behind the camera had an angel standing next to him, like helping him with the camera work.
Mhm.
It's just, this is the kind of movie that is, you know what I mean? And the story is amazing. Like, the whole concept, it starts out crazy and just gets better. And then the very end is one of the best movie endings ever made. Ever. So whether you like mobsters or not, I mean, come on, man. There's some shows you still just got to see.
Yeah. Quit being a pill. Buzzkill. Yo, Joe.
And then you can take the story from the movies I'm telling you about, and you can work them into your sci-fi game. Like when you're playing your Traveler 2200, you'll have like a really good idea about, you know, mafioso bullshit, how it works. If you watch Usual Suspects, I mean, there's so many little things from that you can take to, like, you know, add depth and just badassery to your game. I mean, that's the only reason I watch movies, is so that I can like find shit to rip off and put in my D&D game.
Right.
So yeah, you know. Otherwise, I'd just sit in here and build my little baby tanks all day. But sometimes, you know, like my wife and I, we started watching The Boys. Why did we start watching The Boys? Because at some point in the future, I'm going to run a superhero game. And she decided we would watch The Boys to kind of get an idea about superheroes. Now, will my game be like The Boys? F no. Nobody in that show is good. They're all fucking douche nozzles. And I don't think the players at my table would much appreciate being in a game where everybody's douche nozzles.
Then what you should do is download the Justice League animated series from the early 2000s.
Oh, man. I don't remember that one, but I remember the one that came out before that, like in the 80s or 90s or whatever.
Are you thinking of Super Friends?
Maybe.
That's the 70s, bro.
And then, like, there was also the original X-Men comics. Or not comics, cartoon.
That's from the 90s, yeah.
Yeah, that was some good shit right there. I don't have to rewatch those, though, because I remember so much of it. You know? The only issue I have with that is, Logan, stop being a piece of shit. Right?
Logan is thirsty.
So you're going to be gone for like 5 hours. Hopefully not, but I mean, the last time it was like, I will get a creamer out of there for you. Yes, of course.
Make sure you either eat or pitch the charcuterie, etc.
I didn't even know we had a charcuterie, but I was planning on eating that spaghetti. Okay. I eat the spaghetti. But anyway, yeah, I've never read a single X-Men comic, but I think I've seen every single episode of the original X-Men cartoon.
Well,
And I
again, I
I
highly
love-
recommend watching
Absolutely
watching Justice League and Justice League Unlimited, and using that you will get all the basis you need for running an amazing superhero campaign.
I also watched Teen Titans, not Go, but the other one.
Yeah, that wasn't very good. It was too
I
kidding.
actually kind of liked it. I thought it was okay.
It was very childish, though.
I think it was supposed to be. Teen Titans Go, I don't know what they're doing with that. That's just like that. I mean, that's like almost like weird.
Teen Titans.
It was,
Yeah,
it was
it's
almost like they mixed
Here,
anime.
can you guys use this for anything for your modeling?
No, thank you. Plus the cost for you to send that from Canada to Florida would be like $1 million.
Oh no way! I was being serious. Oh my god! Oh.
Yeah, I pulled a Timmy.
What'd you actually order?
It's just my printer. I had to get a printer. I was talking about this yesterday.
He had to get a printer because buying a printer is cheaper than like printing out what he wanted to print out.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Well, they get you on the cartridges anyway, but still.
In the long run, yeah.
But yes, if you're a gamer, you probably should own a printer. You know, unless you want to spend all your time trying to do those complicated character sheets from some of those really complicated games on a piece of notebook paper. And I don't think that would be a lot of fun for anybody, you know.
No.
Can you imagine trying to do a traveler character on a notebook paper? That'd suck.
What are you talking about? I use index cards. That's all you need.
For original traveler, not for Mongoose second edition. Because you
Yeah.
got to keep track of all your life path bullshit.
Yeah, that's what
You
the
make
back of
friends
the card's for.
Yeah, you're not. Okay, look. First off, you're not wrong. It can be done. But why? You know? Just because something can be done doesn't mean it should be done.
Because I had to start going to like index cards because I needed something really small, and
I thought you already had something really small.
Oh,
yeah, it's called Patience, right? And I was just getting, I've got literally hundreds of notebooks, and I don't want to end up like Ed Norton in Fight Club.
I didn't watch
Why
crime
not?
movies. I thought you didn't watch crime movies.
Jack prostate.
That's a
I get
completely
cancer.
different thing,
Jack
isn't it?
dies.
Right? And because I was dating this girl, and she said, "Oh, you never seen Fight Club? I've got it. Let's watch it." So, of course, I watched it, and I enjoyed it immensely.
Oh, wow. Wonder.
And we lost James.
No, you didn't. So basically,
That's
you did-
weird. I didn't know you could do that.
I can do whatever I want.
Okay, nice.
Thank you, Hungar.
Yeah, that is one of my brother's things. But okay, you've seen Fight Club. I guess I'll give you a couple points for that.
I don't.
Great movie.
Everybody saw
Also
fucking
seen-
Fight Club.
And Pulp Fiction was my go-to Sunday movie. Again, a girlfriend said,
Crime film.
Again,
Crime film.
I'm a little confused because Pulp Fiction.
Again, a girlfriend said, "Hey, you've never seen Pulp Fiction? I've got it. Let's watch it." I don't. I'm not a movie guy. I don't go, to the movies like regularly. Never did. I was always out actually doing stuff, as opposed to sitting in front of a screen before that became an addiction.
Shut the fuck up, you fucking preachy Californian. I was outside. I was running around fields. I didn't watch movies. I
Like
was
he
digging
just kind of
tunnels.
in a way
I
called
was
us a
digging
bunch of
tunnels to
losers
Mexico.
for not touching grass.
Yeah, apparently. I grew up in the country. Fuck you. How about that?
I
Like this asshole. I grew up in a world where outside was really outside your door.
Same here.
You'd have to
Yeah,
take the
that
bus.
was like when you walked off my back porch, you had a good 30-foot, 40-foot walk to the outhouse. And then after that, it was straight down into the holler for you. So, because our house is built on a hill.
Yeah, my outdoor was called the beach. But yeah.
Shut up, California.
That's not even
Hey.
the outdoors.
Oh my God, you don't get more outdoors than that. One false step and you're drowning.
That's
Drowning.
not even the outdoors. You're hanging
Would that
out.
be like
on the
drowning
pier.
with a superfluous D?
How does that not count?
Because
Where
what
there's
you're
not a
calling
building
the
in sight
outdoors.
for miles.
Hold on. You're calling it the outdoors, except you're surrounded by people.
No,
You're at
not
the beach.
necessarily. Where I grew
There's
up,
literally just tons of people running around, doing shit.
you're
Whatever.
half naked. It doesn't get much better than that.
If it's
on.
nighttime, then maybe some vampires are there. Whatever.
And even
I'm
then,
talking
everybody's half
about
naked.
me and my
What the
brother
hell?
being in the center of a forest where there's not another human, we hope, within
Yeah,
like
I'm talking about waking up, looking in the backyard, and seeing deer.
right.
I lived like that as well, guys. But the beach in the 70s and 80s was only really crowded on the weekends or during the summer. And I went all year round because I surfed. And I would literally spend the night there, and there wouldn't be anybody for miles. No buildings, no people. The closest thing to a building was a lifeguard stand.
And
that's-
you were a surfer? Jesus Christ, dude.
And you went in the ocean at night? What? Did you never see Jaws?
That put an end to that. But yeah, I did.
Like, F that shit.
See,
After I saw Jaws, I didn't even want to get in the shower, let alone the ocean. I just knew if I got into a bathtub that the shark was going to come up from the drain or something and get me. I call those the stinky years. Not really, but
because I'm certain as soon as you walked in the house, your mother was not having any of that.
my mom showed me Jaws. When it
Right,
came
but she
out.
still wasn't. She still wasn't going to have any of that stink running around in her house.
True.
That's what I'm
And
saying.
to this day, sometimes I'm like, why? What consumed you in your brain that you thought showing your young son Jaws and the Holocaust miniseries was a good idea? And she's like, oh, I just wanted you to know whatever and not get ate by a shark too. And I'm just like, you fucked me up, Mom. Like, seriously. I mean, I love you and you're like my second favorite person on the planet, but seriously, you traumatized the shit out of me over here. And also, sometimes when I really want to guilt her, I bitch about being circumcised. And then her and my wife are like, you wouldn't want to be uncircumcised. I mean, uncircumcised penises are not pretty. And I'm like, so basically, you're saying, based on your beauty standards, you should be able to cut a piece of my body off just whenever you want. I mean, what if I wanted to like cut your shit off? I mean, I'm not going to get into it about my wife, but let's say I was dating somebody with like, an Arby's roast beef sandwich down there. How would they feel if it was legal for me to get that shit trimmed up?
But just never mind. I'm not going to touch that.
See? It's baby mutilation and abuse, and it should not happen until you're 13. And only if you're Jewish.
What was that movie? I think it was Shaka Zulu, where they showed that, not up close or anything, but they alluded to that scene where the males had that done, but they were like you said, like 13, and they're just standing in a line holding their spears, waiting for their schlongs to be freaking
Trimmed up.
Yeah.
To be fair, it is supposedly cleaner, and it can help prevent like cancer of the penis. But that's not the point. The
But
point
I
is-
get it. I get it.
UFOs, big rigs, and barbecue would make a good RPG setting. If I ever run Ashes Without Number, I'm telling you, I'm throwing everything and the kitchen sink in that game.
Well, is that like a post-apocalyptic game?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a without number, so you already know the rules, except
Well, no, I don't. But yeah, I don't have any of the books.
you know they're free, right? You can download the PDF of the full
Yeah,
rule book
PDFs
for free.
PDFs don't do anything for me. I will never read them unless it's like super important to something I'm working on or something
Gotcha.
I'm working with. I gotta have hard copy. That way I'll actually read it. You know.
So he's all like, I get no thrill from champagne. Mere alcohol doesn't thrill me at all.
No, it unfortunately it thrilled me way too much, and that's why I can't touch the stuff.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Don't touch this. Do.
Yeah, I had a real problem with it.
Or if I'm going to sing lounge songs, I should go, I'm so easy to please. Yeah, you know what that's from.
Do I?
Well, it's from Cast the Deadly Spell. When he goes into the club and his ex-wife is in there singing.
Girlfriend.
Yeah, whatever they were.
Julianne Moore.
Yeah.
No. Yikes.
What? What's wrong with Julianne Moore?
Yeah, I don't like her.
Shadow.
Don't like her.
Quick, talk some shit about Claire Forlani so I can go off on you.
Who?
Imperatus Forlani.
You know nothing, Jon Snow.
You don't want to talk about her because then, Beryl starts spray painting his face with chrome paint and freaking the fuck out.
I may have heard of her through you, but the name's not ringing a bell.
She's the hot chick in Meet Joe Black. Come on.
The family just watched that like last weekend or the weekend before. I didn't participate.
Well, that's unfortunate because while overall the movie is just like a so-so kind of, it's a good time waster, I guess. There are some parts of that movie that are absolutely amazing. Example, when he's in the hospital talking to the old Jamaican or Creole woman or whatever she is. Amazing scene, every part of it. Brad Pitt just kills his role there. You know what I mean?
Which movie are we talking about? Burn After Reading?
No.
Meet Joe Black.
Meet Joe Black.
Meet Joe Black. Because he's like, who was she in Meet Joe Black? And I'm like, the hot nurse that was the daughter of the rich dude that Death wanted to, I don't know, marry or at least put his junk in. I mean, there was some shit going on.
Okay. I can relate.
And that was Brad Pitt, and he nailed his role. He was amazing. And while I would agree that there are some scenes that are, give or take, not the greatest, there are also some scenes that are like amazing.
Do you think it might have been influenced by the Twilight Zone with Robert Redford?
I don't know. Could have been.
With the choice of actor, that kind of thing?
But, okay, Bear loves the Forlani chick. I'm just going to say this about her. Yeah, she's hot.
Okay.
She is.
She's hot. And you know what I find most attractive about her is her eyes.
Yes, thank you. I got to go under my desk so I can turn off the camera. No one wants to see my ass in the air.
Well, I mean, somebody
Good
does.
point.
You are a bear, after all. Okay, one of you guys out there watching us ramble, say something in chat so that I know you're all not dead.
Yeah, I noticed that a while ago too.
Or so that I know if my chat is jacked up and I need to do something about it.
Or there's people watching.
There's one person watching at least. Assuming the other three are us. But that happens all the time with me too. It's like people wait until like hour 3 to start showing up. And it's like, really?
I'm even more perplexed when people watch the show after the fact. Not your show, but my show. Honestly, any live show.
Well, I'll tell you what. I've got at least one guy I know for a fact is watching this show. Whether it's live or after the fact, he is watching. He is definitely paying attention to what's happening. And God love him for it. That's all I can say. Actually, I can say much more, so I will stick around. But
wait, there's more.
But wait, there's more. Wasn't that like Scary Movie or whatever?
Yes.
When the two guys finally like
Well, it's actually the line is in Scream, but
Scream, yeah. And it's where the two guys finally admit what it was, and the weigh-ins guy. But wait, there's more. That shit was hilarious. Was Scary Movie the one where like they had done some gay stuff together, and like when they were doing the, telling everybody they were the killers, and they were like, and we're in love, and the white guy's like, wait a minute, you're the one that sucked my dick, and shit like this. I'm not gay, but what about that? And he's like, oh, you're the one that sucked my dick. I didn't suck your dick, and it's like everybody's just like, Scream though. Watching Drew Barrymore get hacked to pieces in the beginning, that's rough. That's a little rough. Just a little bit. It was like, damn, Drew Barrymore getting hacked to bits. Plus, it worked with that urban legend where she calls the cops and she's like, can you trace this number that's calling me? And the cops call back and they're like, it's coming from inside your house. And it's like, oh shit. But so let me ask you, I think I already know the question, Shadow. Have you seen Cast the Deadly Spell?
No.
Shadow.
Never even heard of it, to be honest, until now.
Shadow. I'm going to cut you some slack about never even hearing of it because, to be fair, it is, like one of those schlocky B movies, like Six String Samurai and the other ones I've been talking about.
Mm-hmm.
It was the first ever HBO original. Stars Fred Ward, Julianne Moore, Clancy Brown. It's about, basically, it's 1945 Hollywood. Magic works and everybody uses it. And
except really for one guy.
Well, don't ruin the film for him. Jesus.
Okay.
That's a film people have to watch themselves.
And The Witch is so good. I love The Witch.
Yeah, she's
There's
awesome.
a bad vibe in the air. As for me, I'm going to Miami.
Visit my cousin in Miami.
Yeah. Cousin in Miami, yeah. Or when he's laid on the rent, she's like, I happen to have two very large brothers who love nothing more than throwing furniture out of windows. Because, he's in a big tenement style building. And it's based on Cast a Deadly Spell. It's like if you took one of those old Humphrey Bogart movies and then added H.P. Lovecraft.
Yeah, pretty much.
But didn't take yourself too seriously about it.
But seriously enough, David Warner's in it. It's a great movie.
Yeah, I mean, you take it seriously enough to make it kind of a thing, but you don't get all like nuts over it, Okay. And it's like one of the first movies to ever have a transvestite as one of the main characters.
Is it as schlocky as Death Becomes Her?
No, it's way more like serious than that.
Okay. I hated that fucking movie.
Well, you hate every fucking movie.
Not true.
That's true. You like Fight Club, and I'll give you points for that. You just helped the meme channel. Well, okay. I'll have to check that shit out, Bruce.
I did as well.
I was on here yesterday when you weren't paying attention, trying to steal your girl. I'll get her on my show every day instead of yours, and then you'll see my subscription rates climb through the ceiling as I try to teach her how to play 40K. She said send her some shit. I sent her some videos. I'm like, here's some videos about 40K. Figure it out.
Yeah, I gotta say, I don't know how that lady is single.
She's not. So
okay.
there you go. But I'm not going to dish on her, whatever, but I already said too much. I also sent her the video for Black Number One, the extended cut,
Ooh.
because while Christian Woman is one of Peter Stillwell, Typo Negative's best songs, Black Number One is the song. When you're talking Typo Negative, it's Black Number One. She's your bestie, see? So, no, see? Here's the thing, I'm joking, but I'm also, being honest. I would steal her from you if I thought I could. And then me and Janet would sit on here and just talk about 40K and sci-fi and D&D, shit like that. She could tell me about her bubble baths, and I'd tell her about walking my dog and watching him poop, because he only poops when I watch him. So, he's got a weird fetish. Dad has to watch him poop. That's my dog. The dad must watch me poop dog. But
That's because he's saying, "Witness me."
he is. Witness me as I poop and pee all over everything.
And that's weird because I just had a flashback of that scene from Robot Chicken.
Oh, I was going to say, I didn't know you were a nom. I mean, you're probably old enough to have been, but I didn't know you were.
Yeah, no, not that old.
Yeah, he was there, but not for the reasons you think.
He was like a vampire.
No, just
In the jungle feeding on people.
making specific purchases.
Oh, yeah, buying young Vietnamese people.
No, I was like 6 years old during Vietnam. You guys remember that clip from Robot Chicken? You guys ever watch Robot Chicken?
Yes.
Okay, with Harry and the Hendersons, and he's forcing the family to watch him do something.
Oh, I remember that one. Yeah.
It was pretty fucking out of control, but I just got a flash of that when you're saying about your dog not pooping until you're watching. My dog's the exact opposite. If I catch him mid, grunt, he'll like stop and run away. It's like, dude, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Just finish your business. And
I'm not even going to ask you why he would do that.
why would do what?
Why he would do that. That seems like he's got trust issues with you.
Well, he kind of acts that way sometimes because I'm the one who disciplines him and gives him a BATH and trims him and does all the things that he hates. But yet he is by my side like 90% of the day and night.
So you do all the work, and in return, he treats you like crap, but he does hang around.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's Stockholm syndrome or something. I don't know.
Hey, no judgments here, bro.
Well, when we first got him, he was kind of mistreated by another animal that he lived in his house, and
Yeah.
it was an older dog that was very very mean to him, and the people who owned the dog didn't want the dog. It was their daughter had brought the dog home from a grocery store, and they said no, and they were going to take him to the pound. And I said, no, give me a week, I'll come back and get him for you. I'll take him. And he had issues, with going to the bathroom because he wasn't allowed to go outside to go to the bathroom because the dog would like bite him or attack him or whatever. So he went on a pad, that they did the pad thing. And I'm just like, no, we're not doing that. He's going to learn outside. And that was a little traumatic for him, but at the same time,
Shadow's got the t-shirt as in Vietnam when we were winning. See, the crazy thing is when Shadow was in Vietnam, he was fighting for the French.
No, I've never been to that part of the world.
So that'd be like in the late 50s, up to the mid 60s. He's over there, duking it out with French, or duking it out with the Viet Minh, because it was before they become the Viet Cong. At least you're not like that one French commander that like decided to build his French base in a valley surrounded by mountains. And then he named all of his lookout areas after like past lovers. And then the Vietnamese set up artillery on the mountaintops and basically started murdering the shit out of them. So he just shot himself in the face so that he wouldn't have to face up, the fact that he got like a whole French Foreign Legion regiment murdered due to bad decisions. That's a true story. I forget the name of it. It's famous though, that battle. Dien Bien Phu or something like that.
Never heard of it.
Well, you wouldn't if you're not a history buff, or if all of your uncles and great uncles and part uncles and just random guys in your town didn't go to Vietnam. But I grew up in an area where like everyone that I knew of that age went, and they did not get drafted. They volunteered. Why? Because they're crazy rednecks. We got another Omen Owl sighting. What is going on?
Hey, what's up, Omen?
It's like Omen Owl visiting my channel 2 days in a row. It's like, is the apocalypse coming? What's going on? Is this like the beginning of the end times?
I think Omen has a little bit more spare time because of his job. Is that correct, Omen?
I just like giving him shit because he looks like Xerxes. Which, I mean, to be honest, Xerxes is not an unattractive man. So you could take it as a compliment.
What's up, Ironcaster?
If someone said you look like government shutdown, yeah, he works for the government.
I always accuse him of being a Thurn, but that's me.
Because of the one Tharn, yeah.
He does resemble that actor, even in other movies.
But the thing is what I'm talking about is like well known throughout the whole world, and what you're talking about is like ancient pulp sci-fi.
Yeah. You got to understand that. Well, no, I'm not going to go into it right now.
That you don't like history?
Well, why? Why I don't like?
I don't watch movies about history because it might inspire me to do historical things.
Right? He's like, I can't watch Alexander the Great because I may want to put together an army and march all the way to India.
Oh, I want to do that anyways. I just don't have the.
The best part of Alexander's invasion of India was the War of the Tree People. You ever heard of that?
Actually, what I thought was the most interesting were the tales of the jewels that he found in that one cave, or the first encounter with elephants, I think it was, or the.
See, I don't care about that.
Can I interrupt for a second
You can.
and tell you something that's blowing my mind?
What's blowing your mind?
I haven't had a new printer in a while,
Yeah,
so I'm setting it up for the first time.
yeah.
You know, when you first set up your inkjet, it prints out a page. You print out a page for alignment, and then you have to enter all the ones that look best to you.
Yeah.
They don't do that anymore. At least this one doesn't. It's
Yeah,
printing
because
pages
they
and then
realize that
scanning
they're
them.
wasting your freaking ink.
Well, no, but it's actually it's printing the page, and now it's scanning its results itself to
Right.
realign the heads.
Right.
That's fucking amazing. I'm sorry. That makes me so happy.
Yeah, because the whole other way was
that's just
waste.
one step closer to the printer not needing humans.
Oh, shut the fuck up, you fucking weirdo.
Come on,
The
that was
printer not
funny.
needing humans.
Yes, that was funny.
Yeah, that would. You know what that would be like? That would be like David Lister's toaster,
Uh-huh.
just sitting on the table, not making toast, and very upset about it.
Yep.
And I posted a summation of last Star Wars game session in my Discord. I'll have to look that up.
Would you like some toast?
Would you like some? No. How about
Muffin?
some scrummy,
How
English
about a
muffin?
crumpet? How about some
No.
muffins? No.
Yeah, that poor. He's like, you bought me to make toast, but you don't want toast, and that the poor toaster is having a freaking existential
Crisis.
crisis.
Where do all the
because-
calculators go?
That show, I'm telling you, was one of the best things for sci-fi ever. Just
The first couple of seasons were pretty badass. I'll
Yep.
give you that.
like
The
up to
first,
season
the
4.
first, the first 3 or 4 were really good, and then it was like,
Well, what happens is the one guy left, right? So there was two. There was
it was like
Taylor and
Naylor
Grant.
and someone else.
Yeah, it was Grant Naylor. Grant Naylor was the name of the company. It was the two guys, and then one guy left because he basically they just went another way. But he was the witty one. The one that stayed was the goofy sight gag one. So suddenly the show lost all of the witty humor and just became the goofy sight gag jokes. You know what I mean?
Running around with the bazooka cons shooting at like curry monsters and shit.
Yeah, whatever the fuck, right? So, that's fun.
I can't imagine the excessive sadness that Harlan Edison has on his face as he watches Bear from Heaven.
Okay,
Harlan
first
Ellison?
off,
First
Harlan
of all, why
Ellison
would,
is not in heaven. And
yeah,
fuck Harlan
second of
Ellison,
all, why the fuck would I give a shit what Harlan fucking Ellison thinks? The guy was the most pretentious piece of shit that ever lived.
right?
What did he do? Was he a writer?
Yeah, he's a sci-fi writer.
He wrote A Boy and His Dog.
He wrote more than that.
Right, but that's like
You mean
something-
like A Boy and His Dog, like the movie where the one guy uses a dog to find women so he can rape
Yes.
them?
Yes.
Yes.
He also wrote the script for City on the Edge of Forever, which was immediately rewritten by like 5 different writers, so it'd be acceptable for TV in the 60s. And he carried that grudge until the day he died. And then eventually, IDW or Dark Horse or someone did a comic adaptation of his original script. Yeah, the show was better. Sorry.
But didn't he also sue what's his name for the Terminator, claiming that it was ripped off
Yep.
from that Outer Limits
Yep.
episode?
Yep.
And they're not the same. It's just there's some elements, but eventually someone would have written that story, and it would have nothing to do with the soldier from Outer Limits, which was
Well,
a great episode.
That's why Games Workshop tries to do what they try to do, but their biggest seller is Space Marines, and that's the one thing they can never copyright. They've tried, they can't. They tried to copyright Paudron, they got laughed out of court because they didn't even invent Space Marine. There's like tons of books from way back where they talk about Space Marines. Starship Troopers kind of being one.
Hey
And-
George,
So yeah.
do you think that's that book inspired the Squeeze song? Because I can never understand that song.
Tempted by the fruit of another.
Great fucking video. God, the woman in that video, to this day, wow.
Tempted, but the
Just
going
stunning.
on. Since you've been gone, there's no other.
It was a great band.
I don't know who it was.
Squeeze.
Oh, okay. Last night, to calm myself, and let me drift off to sleep with happy, happy thoughts, I watched one of my favorite things, which is black women reacting to the Righteous Brothers.
Oh, yeah.
I love it. Oh my God, it is Shadow. It will put you in such a great mood.
Really?
Yeah.
Actually, usually what I watch are these videos of Asian women out in the rain setting up tents.
Look,
And
I don't want to hear
camping.
about your weird Asian fetish.
It's
I'm talking
amazing.
I'm talking about black chicks that don't know the Righteous Brothers are white guys. And they're watching the video, and all of a sudden they see them, and you see their reaction, because they're all like, and
That sounds-
even the
that
black
sounds like a
dudes
good time.
are watching, and when the one guy hits that note, like he gets all gravity, like, baby, baby, I get down on my knees for you. And the brothers are all like, damn, that white boy got soul. You know what I mean? If you would only love me like you used to do. And you see these black chicks just, that they're getting swampy down there. You know what I'm saying?
Swampy.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. One of them literally said, I want to marry that guy. You know what I mean? It's like, dude, all I'm saying is watching black people react to bands like Ram Jam and shit like that is maybe the best shit ever.
Oh, the Ram Jam stuff's amazing.
Oh, yeah. And Because, of course, again, they don't know anything about. And the next thing you know, you see these freaking hippies in somebody's backyard and they're getting down about a black girl named Betty that the lead singer likes to sleep with. And she had a kid, but it ain't his. But she's rock steady and always ready. And like, I kid you not, a lot of these black dudes will be like, that is the greatest song I've ever heard in my entire life, you know? But they had to film in the backyard because they blew all their money on booze. They were given like they were financed to make an actual video. Yeah, they blew it on booze, so they just went to somebody's backyard and set shit up and just fucking went with it, you know? Whoa, Black Betty, ram-a-lam. Oh, Black Betty, ram-a-lam. Black Betty had a child, ram-a-lam, damn thing's gone wild. Ram-a-lam. Said it weren't none of mine. I mean, that guy is just like,
damn thing gone blind.
damn thing
That's
gone
actually
blind. Yeah.
that's a Civil War song or something like that. It's something. It's a train worker song that they, obviously pushed up. There was a blues cover of it instead before.
Well, there's some songs that, for whatever reason, get covered like nonstop by everybody, regardless of genre. And one of them that immediately comes to my mind is Lead Belly in the Pines.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's like Dolly Parton did that. Various other country guys did remakes of that. Nirvana did it. Foo Fighters have done a live version of it. It's like something about that song just really grabs people by the nuts, you know? And then they're like, yeah, I love this song, you know?
It's a great song.
Yeah. Okay, Kurt Cobain did okay, but I prefer the original and it's not because I'm a hipster. I just like his voice better, you know?
Well, it's got more gravitas to it.
Yeah.
Remind me next time I buy a printer to just bite the fucking bullet and buy a goddamn laser printer.
Okay. Yeah, he's got a much deeper voice, and it's a dark freaking song if you listen to the lyrics.
That said, look at that.
That said, that looks kind of beautiful, yeah.
Ooh, that's for Valorous. Ooh.
Nice.
Valorous, as my friend calls it.
Your friend must be French.
No, he just thinks it's funny to mispronounce it.
Oh, but yeah. I mean, the woman's sleeping in the pines, and her husband or dad or whatever got his head cut off by a train, you know, and they found his head but never found his body, and, you know, all this kind of shit. It's like, what? All right. Okay. Well, his head got cut off by a driving wheel. I don't know if that's a train. He could have been working in a factory, but I assume it's a train because they never found his body.
Anything is possible.
Yeah. My love, don't lie to me. Tell me, where did you sleep last night? Like, I mean, that's such a catchy song, you know what I mean?
Is Bruce not joining us?
None of them are, I guess. I mean, you know, they're all out there. I've put the
what a bunch of biznitches.
But then again, with Bruce, you never know if he just got home from, like, you know, cleaning people's poop boxes or whatever. And
Mama's got a poop box. Daddy never sleeps at night.
That adds just a whole different context to that song.
There. It didn't work. You have to share the link again. I can't.
Oh, all right.
It won't let me because it's your channel.
Is it, though? Not really.
Yeah. Well, according to Restream, it is. And YouTube, it is.
I like to think, and don't call me a red commie or anything, but I like to think that this is our channel.
Oh, that's some commie bullshit.
Right? Like the Bugs Bunny meme where he's like, mine, and he's got the Soviet flag behind him. Yeah.
Mine. Down. Go. I'm comfortably well off.
Yeah.
I'm a happy miser.
Yep.
Oh, did you just take a poop in the box? Oh, beans, brother. Oof.
Hey, you named your beans. You get what you get.
That's true. It's all my fault.
I mean, to quote the Joker, you get what you deserve. That was
I agree.
really, really the only good scene in that whole movie.
Never saw it.
Yeah, well, you didn't miss much, but the scene where, like, as a joke, De Niro's character invites him onto the late night show and starts
Get what
effing
you
with him,
fucking deserve.
and he
I've seen
pulls
it.
that pistol out and shoots him in the face.
Yeah,
That's pretty good.
And then the sequel, they undid it all by saying he wasn't really the Joker. It's like, yeah, because fucking Hollywood bullshit.
Yeah, and then they added like a female, and then he went to prison and got gang raped. I mean, there was a lot of bad things.
And then he gets murdered by the real Joker. He's like, oh,
Right.
fuck off.
It's like I remember the panic over that movie when, like, all the media people were telling you not to go watch it because it turned people into alt-right Yahtzees or something.
Wasn't
Yeah,
that
it
the same time the scary clowns on Halloween was a thing?
I think they're about a year apart, maybe. I think.
I tell you, the scariest clown of all time is Arthur the Clown. That is absolutely the scariest clown.
So 2016 was the
And I
clown
hate
sightings. And the Joker movie was in 2019, so 3 years later.
Oh, okay.
As a matter of fact,
So your
Shadow,
theory holds no water, Shadwell.
as a matter of fact, Shadow, if you want to be terrified and just not ever sleep again and maybe poop your pants a little, watch Terrifier.
No, it's
1 or 2 or 3. I think they were
Don't.
making like 1 billion of them.
Don't. They're not that good.
You get to see a guy in the shower get cut in half from his butt up to his head.
Yeah, they're just gory.
So
They're not,
like
scary.
Bone Tomahawk.
No, Bone Tomahawk's a good
Tomahawk's
movie.
actually got a storyline. The storyline of Terrifier is that Arthur the Clown wanders around just killing people.
It's really stupid. Like
That
it's
is
beyond
literally
stupid.
the storyline. This
It's
is
just
Arthur
gory.
the
I
Clown.
actually saw a video recently on, scary movies that nobody knows about, and that was listed. I think it's on my list.
You know what's on my list?
Your kiss
yeah.
is on my list because your kiss.
Bear,
your
this
kiss
is why
I
you gotta be
can't
on the show all the time.
resist.
Because you get me, man. You get me.
Because
I
your
feel
kiss
seen.
is what I miss of the best things in life.
Yeah, it's one of the
Love
best
Hall
Was
and
that
Oates.
was that another one of the bangers off of Private Eyes?
Might have been. I can't remember what album.
I think it was, but it doesn't matter. Yes, that was when Hall and Oates decided to let the world know that Blue-Eyed Soul was indeed a thing.
Jesus, this
Because there for a while, people forgot that Blue-Eyed Soul was a thing. And then Hall and Oates came out with Sarah's Smile and shit like that. And then people were like, oh shit. It turns out that Blue-Eyed Soul is a thing. These white boys is brothers, man. They got it. They got some soul in them.
Yeah, Hall and Oates were great. I love Hall and Oates.
Yeah,
When I hear
they were
people
amazing.
saying Hall and Oates suck, I'm like, what's wrong with you? Hall and Oates were amazing.
Pretty much every song. Out of touch, out of touch, out of touch.
It's okay. You're forgetting the out of touch, out of time part, but yeah, you can keep saying out of touch,
Whatever.
out
You know me.
You're like Homer fucking Simpson, I swear to God.
I always F it up. I always do. Like Homer Simpson. You're right.
It's hilarious, dude. Don't ever change. Seriously. Like this.
You're out
This
of
okay,
touch.
listen. All right, listen.
I'm out of time.
It's 2025, right? We don't get to hang out in barbershops anymore as old men or play chess in the park or all the stuff we would have done that the older generation did before us.
Right.
So this is our barbershop. This is our chess. We talk shit at each other. We talk about everything. And I fucking wouldn't trade this for the world because this is
And
so much
that's
fun.
why I'm so happy that George made that picture
Mhm.
because I can use it
Hey James.
as a thing.
Hey James, I got a small request.
That's what she said.
Uh-huh. Hey, Bruce is in the back room, but before he gets here,
He's
I
actually
got.
here.
He's here.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm old and decrepit. I gotta ask. Is it possible that you change the name back to the James Gang? Because I'm telling you, man,
Yeah, it's 100% possible. I'm not. I mean,
it was my suggestion in the first place,
yeah.
and
Oh, so no ego involved here at all.
no, nothing sums it up more
No,
like
we just thought it sounded cool. The James Gang, like Jesse. Plus, I'm related to Cole Younger. And
I paid
Younger,
attention. I paid attention, and it was just a perfect,
and they rode with the James Gang until they got caught and went to prison for their whole lives. So,
but
it's
you
a good
agree
thing they banged
there,
a lot of whores
Bruce?
and left a lot of illegitimate children, or else I might not even be here.
But does that not sum it up, though?
Yeah, I'll do it whenever I'm not being lazy. Bruce, how you doing, homie?
What's happening, Bruce? Sorry, I didn't see you there. I thought that was James's table, but I should have known better because
No, I removed the table so that my
So, dear
computer
God.
would stop
That-
being
that-
an asshole.
that's my table's starting to look a lot like that.
Actually, I removed me because the sun was reflecting off of my pasty face, and I don't care for that. I mean, it's bad enough that God made me white, but He also made me pasty white.
Pasty white.
Yeah, it's like I'm Irish white, except I'm not Irish.
You know what the other term for Irish white is, my friend? Fish belly white.
Makes sense.
The sun is my enemy.
Yes.
My enemy. And I will
Like
have
this
him
planet
when he
is a
tests
death
me.
world. I can't even be outside too long without just curling up into a barbecue bit.
And you guys call me a vampire.
fucking jokes, man.
It's like the sun wants me dead. All the plant life around me wants me dead. All the creatures around me, they like me dead.
Yeah, but those are all for different reasons.
You don't live in you're not in Australia.
No, I'm in the worst version of Australia.
Yeah, you're in America's Australia.
Except everything Australia has and they bitch about, we got it. And it's even worse. Because, that's just the way Florida rolls, man. There's that channel. You need to look it up, or I need to send you the link. I think I posted one of them where, like, the black dude pretends to be, like, a Florida tourist, and then he's a Florida man. And tourists asking him questions, and he's all like, there's one where, like, the guy's like, oh, look at that fuzzy caterpillar. And he goes to touch it. And the Florida guy's like, don't touch that. He's like, what? And they get an argument about the thing. And then there's him dressed up all fuzzy. And it's like the pus caterpillar. And he's like, go ahead and touch me, Playboy. See what happens. See what happens. And then the Florida man's like, that is one of the most venomous caterpillars on the planet, right? And the non-Florida guy's like, you got venomous caterpillars? Oh, yeah, many of them. And that's one of the worst. Don't touch that. And the whole time it pans back to him as the caterpillar. He's like, I dare you, Playboy, touch me. See what happens.
I saw a video yesterday of a woman who had these freaking eyelashes that were like fucking furry caterpillars. You literally could not see her eyes ever. There was
that
so
is
much
a crazy non sequitur.
Yeah, you just reminded me of that. It was just like nightmares. You couldn't see her eyes because the upper and lower lids were just so freaking furrified. It was just, what the fuck?
The point, though, is that, yes, we have multiple caterpillars that if you try to grab them up and shit, they are venomous. They will sting you and you will go to the hospital. Unless you're allergic, in which case you'll be just going straight to the anaphylactic shock. Yeah, and they're all very colorful and very fuzzy, so they look like you want to play with them because
right, but you don't.
But you don't want to play with them because they. Yeah. And then of course you can't hang out in your yard and play bocce ball like I love to because fire ants show up, and they're all like. They just jack you for everything you got. And then if they get on you, they sting you. And then you get like pussy little blisters all over because they don't bite, they sting. So what they do actually is they bite and hold on and then sting until you brush them off. They are the assholes of the insect world.
Fucking ice holes.
They do nothing good or positive. Their entire existence is a net negative. And yeah, they're all over the place. Luckily, I sprinkle shit on them when I see them and they die. The Babylon Beast said millions lost in Britain when bright orb appears in the sky. What? Hopefully it wasn't a nuke going off, above ground because, yeah, that's a thing. To detonate the nuclear weapon like a mile up.
The Babylon Bee said millions lost in Britain when a bright orb appears in the sky.
Oh, he's talking about the sun because Britain's, yeah. Sorry, I missed the joke, but now I got it, and it's funny. Yeah, it went over my head, My favorite Babylon Bee skits are the ones with Satan in them. They are the best.
Where are they the best?
There's like the one where like Satan's got all the various different leftist organizations together, and he's like, "Look, we've got an election coming up, so what I'm asking is, could you guys just back off a little bit, right?" And you've got like the trans rights person, the environmentalist, the Palestinian, you got all these guys, and yeah, he's just trying to convince them to like lay low for a little while because people think they're crazy. And they get all mad and start freaking out. And he yells at them and says, "I am your master." And then they stop. And then he's like, "Thanks. Good meeting, guys." All right.
So aside from me working all damn day, how's everybody doing?
Well, I had to go to North Orlando today.
What's that like?
It was a good thing because my driver was Victor. He's a Venezuelan guy, and I love it when he picks me up. He's like 65, but we bullshit around. He's a good guy. I would be pissed. He's not going to be deported because he's got his shit together, but if he did get deported, I'd be pissed. Because, but anyway, then when I was at the doctor's office, there was another dude there who had recently got injured and retired out of Orlando Fire Department. So we just hit it off immediately because, I was like, "Oh, I worked at, St. Cloud." And he's like, "Oh," and we just, turns out we knew a lot of the same people and shit, because that's how that works. So that was really fun. And then I talked to the doctor for a little bit. And that was neutral because, you walk in, sit down, he asks you questions, you answer them, then you go away. And then I had a pretty good ride home with Victor talking about how young people, like, we don't understand them because they all seem to be like crazy or something. And I'm like, yeah. But Victor, I think he'll be fine because he worked 25 years in the oil industry in Venezuela, but when the oil company was owned by America. So I'm pretty sure his pension comes from the U.S. And also, Venezuela is a communist hellhole. So if anybody's a refugee, it's him, Like he's a legit refugee who might get murdered if they send him back. Yellow orb weavers. I like banana spiders. I used to catch them and bring them to my house and put them in the orange trees. So I had like a whole menagerie of banana spiders. And some of them can get quite large, like from that front of the head to the back of the tail.
Okay.
An inch and a half. Oh, maybe Bear's got a thing with spiders.
I used to collect spiders and put them in the garden because that was like the best place for them.
Yep.
I have no fear of those. Those are really good spiders.
I would go out into the cow field and catch the big ass banana spiders and carry them home and put them in my mom's orange tree.
The ones that were in central Illinois, in the center of their web, they would like put like this big, thick, heavy white webbing in the middle of it to kind of help the birds not fly through the fucking middle of it. That was like their, hey, don't fly through here warning. And as long as you didn't fuck with the webs, like that would stay intact.
Well, the thing with like animals in Florida is, even though we have like a lot of the deadliest animals on the planet here, it's really a don't start no shit and there won't be no shit kind of situation. You know, like, oh, you don't want to get ate by a crocodile? Well, let me tell you something. Don't go wading through the swamp in South Florida. You'll be fine. You will not get ate by a crocodile or a green anaconda because they're not coming into your house. You know, they're staying where they are. And so, yeah, that's kind of the thing, you know, like we don't even call animal patrol if a crocodile's like walking down the street and shit.
You know,
yeah.
I couldn't live in Florida, dude. I could not live in Florida because the one time I have a fucking rattlesnake on my truck in Texas, I beheaded it and I grilled it up. So I'm pretty certain that your precious little fucking Florida dogs would be endangered species after I moved to Florida.
Well, we the one time I ate rattlesnake, my uncle caught it, and the thing was like 8 feet long, 6, 7, 8 feet. And it was as big around as my thigh.
Yeah, mine wasn't that big. It was
The
about.
good thing though, when you're dealing with the really, really big ones, is for some reason with the really old ones, sometimes their venoms, they stop making venom, which doesn't affect them as far as killing rats and shit, because I mean they're putting 2-inch fangs through this poor rat. He's gonna die, you know, but you get dry bites from them. But the little ones,
Omanel,
there you
phobias are what we call irrational fears. I'm sure you know all about that. And I have one for spiders.
I'm sorry, I
had to
never
hear
knew
about
that.
it. That's okay. It's not something I broadcast, but I was just like,
some
nope,
new information.
we're getting
yeah.
a little too fucking descriptive on the spiders. I'm going to mute the channel and, you know, not think about that for a minute.
Not think about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know, a lot of people are that way, so don't feel bad.
No, I don't. I don't feel bad at all.
Okay, well, I was just trying to be supportive.
No, I appreciate that, but
I'm not trying to make you weirded out, dude. I'm just saying, like,
okay, let it go.
We're not
talk
okay,
about fucking spiders or think
thing.
about fucking spiders, please.
Bear don't want to talk about arachnids.
And if you want to talk about spiders, great. I'll fuck off and do something else. I'm still prepping for cleric.
I've dealt with grizzlies up north of Eagle River, and it was when I was fishing in the Eagle River, and they were fishing too. And all we did is every now and then we'd chuck a salmon towards them, and one of them would run up and grab it. Now, I know you probably shouldn't do that, but basically, you know, we were armed to the teeth, and the bears did not give a single shit about what we were doing because they had their own shit going on, you know. However, during that same trip, a moose snuck up behind me, and when I turned around, it was literally like 10 feet away, and I was just like, am I fucked or not? Let's see, you know. And eventually it just snorted and kept going.
Yeah, if it's not a mother protecting her young or rutting season, you're pretty safe.
Yep. But to this day, I always tell people you wouldn't think something that big could be that freaking quiet, but it sure can.
Or that fast. They can move.
Yeah, that moose come out of nowhere. And one thing you learn when you live in Alaska, you learn a fear of the moose. Because like Bear said, if it's rut season or it's a mama moose, they stomp your ass and think about later. Like, huh.
You guys ever read Hero's Journey by Sterling Lanier?
No, I never read that.
When I read The Hero's Journey, it was a really, really old book written by a dude.
Joseph Campbell.
Yeah.
This one was in the appendix N. It's about Canada in the year 7000 after the apocalypse, and the main character's got a moose as his steed. It's kind of badass. You might enjoy it.
You know, here's the thing. Everyone knows that the moose is not the steed of the Canadian.
Well, in the future, they That's how.
Even in the future, the Canadian will ride the noble yak.
Okay.
Therefore, you will have the mounted Canadian yak riders.
Our country
Ooh.
stinks of cheese.
That was Ren and Stimpy. Remember when they had the Royal Canadian Yaksman?
The Royal Canadian Mounted Yaxman.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, my favorite Ren and Stimpy of all time is the one where they're in the spaceship and there's a red button that says "Don't."
The shiny red candy-like button.
And freaking Ren is Stimpy. No, Ren. The Chihuahua is losing his fucking mind.
No, yeah, he's going space madness.
You know. And then you had Captain Underpants. You had the hero Milk Toast Man. That was a Canadian superhero.
Powdered Toast Man.
Powdered Toast Man or some shit.
Voiced by no less than Frank Zappa.
Yeah, that cartoon was way too weird than it needed to be, but
It was
ahead
of its time, that's for sure.
Sharks, bees, and deer are the most dangerous animals in Florida based on human casualties. That's a fact. New Smyrna is the shark attack capital of the world. We have all the wasps you can ever imagine. And deer jump in your car and then go through the windshield and murder you because you were driving 75 down a country road and the deer was like, fuck it. You know, that's what's funny about deer. When you're it's hunting season and you're walking around trying to hunt deer, they're super sneaky. But if you're driving your truck down a country road, they're all over the fucking place, staring at you, trying to get in front of you and shit. It's like,
James, that's a very nice vehicle you have there. It'd be a shame.
Oh, that's a nice truck you got there.
It'd be a shame if something jumped out right in front of you.
It's like that dude that's what does he call himself on the insurance commercial?
Mayhem.
Hi, I'm whatever, and I'm here to ruin your day.
Mayhem.
Yeah. Well, that's
one of the greatest characters
in Florida. We got deer named Mayhem.
One of the greatest commercial TV characters in almost a generation.
Yep, he's a good one.
I really can't think of a better character than that one, actually, Shadow.
He ranks right up there with the Noid.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Alligators are just...
He's like an Allstate commercial character. He's the guy who's in a suit, but he's always got like a couple of Band-Aids on his face and bruise marks and stuff, and he represents all the different things that can happen to your car as if it was like a human gremlin doing it.
Like he's driving your car and he's like, I'm a 16-year-old girl and I just borrowed dad's car for the first time. And then like you see him like just completely just wreck the F out of the car. And then he gets out and he's like, luckily you've got Allstate, so you don't have to worry about mayhem like me, Or he's hanging out of a tree trying to break a limb to make it fall down on your house or whatever the hell. He's just bad luck. He's just hanging out trying to F up your shit. Alligators, yeah, and they still don't learn. Like you're constantly telling tourists, do not walk your dogs or small children near any body of water here.
I learned that decision in Valparaiso.
And they're like, why? Because an alligator will eat a small child or your dog in a second. They won't even think about it. They'll just be like, yep, that was nice.
Rest in peace, Ted.
I mean, and it happened at Disney. These idiots let their 1-year-old run down to the retention pond on Disney property, and a freaking gator was like, whoop.
Lunch, and it's delivered.
That's got to be just unimaginably.
What's kind of wild is you would think Texas would have a shit ton of alligators too, but apparently they don't.
They're at the power station. They're at the power station because that's the only safe place for them. It's fenced off.
And they're huge fans of Bang a Gong, Get It On at the time.
Bang a Gong. Valparaiso, Florida. I don't
All
know.
right, fuck you. I thought the power station joke was funny.
I sang "Bang a Gong Get It On."
Apparently, I'm an asshole.
I guess I'm just the freaking puckered asshole of this group right now, huh? That's
I
how it
guess
is.
that's how that is. All right.
But they were a good band, actually.
Well, some like it hot.
Some like it. But when the heat is on,
Bum, 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 bum. There you go.
yeah. Feel the heat.
Omanel, we got alligators in San Antonio, but they're at the power station because it's fenced off. That's where they can breed and not have people like me go and fucking bait them and, you know.
I can't imagine why anybody would actually want to harm an alligator.
They're tasty.
They just
Yeah.
ate your kid.
I've
My
ate
dog?
alligators, and no, they're not tasty.
I don't know, James. I disagree with you. The alligator tail is delicious.
You know what? Alligator nugget versus chicken nugget. I'm taking that chicken nugget every time. You know, not trying to be a contrarian or anything.
I'm not trying to be contrarian either. I just prefer alligator tail. I think it's delicious. Like I wonder if there's a place where they sell alligator tail like brisket. You get that big honk of brisket at the store. It's like $158. One big solid piece of beef.
Yes. I'm sure you can find that in Florida. I mean, we have bars and restaurants where you can just order alligator. So, I mean, shit.
Anything fried is tasty. You know what? I'm not gonna lie. The only thing better than a fryer is a crock pot, and I've never crock potted an alligator.
I think that would be
Yeah,
a
you need a really, really big crock pot for that. I mean,
that'd be a horrible decision.
You've never had my food before, bro.
If it's got alligator in it, I know I don't like it right now.
Wait.
Now, that pizza you made looked pretty freaking bomb, but if you throw alligator nuggets on that pizza, fuck that pizza.
I would definitely throw alligator nuggets on a pizza, just like I throw skirt steak in slices on a pizza, like what you would fry up your fajitas.
See, that don't bother me, but alligator is not a good tasting thing.
I disagree so hard. I think they're
It's
delicious.
it's like eating a grisly a gristly mishmash of fish and chicken all together.
No, I disagree. The worst food I've ever made is black bear. Black bear was not the food I thought it would be. I thought that shoulder would come out good after sitting in the crock pot for 24 hours. I had it treated right. I had marinated with red wine. I thought it was gonna come out nice. Nope. I messed up that thought process.
What's up,
Hey, Owen, long time no see.
Oh, now, how you doing, buddy?
I'm
Good.
going to make fun of you now, Bruce,
What's
because
up,
you thought that
Steve?
you could actually, in some way, cook a black bear chunk and it would taste good. It's like, what? Are you mental? Are you
I
having a
cut
problem?
the bear. I cut it myself. I butchered it, and I just got to say that, like, don't ever get attacked by a bear because there's a lot of muscle on that shoulder.
Listen, there's only a couple ways to eat bear, and they all involve grinding the shit out of it and putting it in chili or
I'm
something.
right there with you.
Oh, poor bear.
Bear's like, I don't understand you guys. There's hamburger joints everywhere. What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, why would you
I don't
want
think
to
that's
eat
what he was
anything?
thinking.
Well, that's because
Not what I
bear
was
has like
thinking.
moose and other large animals that are worth like hunting.
100% not what I was thinking. But you guys do you.
You were being dirty. And
Well,
Shadow
if
was
every
on-
2 seconds you're
on-
hearing "cut bear," "eat bear," and your nickname's Bear, your brain kind of goes every time they say it.
Yeah, and Shadow, I just would like to point out, was 100% right there with it. He was imagining us eating bear in a sexual way too, I guess.
What
No,
the
no, he
fuck
was
is wrong
Here
with
I
you?
am working again, watching
Zen
Gen
out.
X.
Well, Gen
Live
X
the
lives the
dream.
dream.
Hey, angry tabletop nerd. I drove for 14 hours today, pulled 12,000 gallons of septic and grease, and after my nice shower, which I use Duke Cannon soap, and I recommend anybody in septic or plumbing trades to use Duke Cannon. I'm just going to say that I earned this time to sit down and get made fun of by my friends.
Do you get like a residual every time you mention that soap?
I do have a code. Would you like it?
No, I'm good.
I do have a code. I do have a new code for 22 Sierra Coffee. I have a code for Blackout Coffee as well.
And Holy Diver.
You know,
Unholy Nights, brought to
you know
you by
what?
Carl's Jr.
There's a coffee company somewhere. I think they're in Texas. They might be somewhere in the States, and they were on X, and there was something to do with the whole Charlie Kirk thing and all that. And they were advertising, and they wound up getting a lot of attention and people basically ordering coffee from them.
Mhm.
Me and a couple other people said, "Hey, do you guys ship to Canada? Because we'd like to support you as well." And the response
Was terrible.
was like, "Yeah, no, Canada has Tim Hortons. This is for Americans only." And I'm just like, "Yeah, go fuck yourself then." How about that?
Wow, really?
Timmy's
How about
is
that?
Good, though.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Timmy's is good, though.
I honestly wouldn't doubt it. No offense, because there's too many people that don't think of their fucking wallet when they should be thinking of their wallet.
I just find that just.
I don't even know what that means. But Timmy's
who
could have
fucking
made money.
knows?
Bear could have fucking made a purchase and supported a cause that he largely agrees with, but instead this guy shot himself in the foot. It's like, no, I don't want to pay. I don't want to have to pay DHL to shipping. You're not. The fucking customer's paying DHL.
Well, not just that though. The whole rudeness right there at the
yeah,
top.
this is for Americans. It's like,
Well, yeah, I mean, I agree. There's no reason to be rude for that. What you do is say, sorry, we don't ship to
and also
Canada.
Bear,
That's all
like
you
it
have
or
to
not,
say.
is an American. He does exist on
I
the
love that thing
Quick,
there.
screenshot that look.
Bear. You live in
Flip
North
this shit.
America, am I right?
Moderators,
You're
flip it.
stuck. There's plenty of time, folks. He's just making it
I'm
better.
flipping you off. You just
now you
can't
have to
see
do
it.
endomorphic animal
I'm
when he
flipping
does
you off
that,
again.
so he looks like
Look,
Are you fucking crazy? I'm not an American. There,
you live in
I
North
am a
America.
no. All right, listen, pedantic. Shut the fuck up for a second and listen how the language works, okay? I'm a Canadian. You're an American. The guys south of you are Mexicans. We are all North Americans.
That's what I
And the
said.
people in South America are all South Americans, and the people in Central America are all Central Americans. We are not Americans.
Yeah.
You are Americans.
Yeah.
That's why you put our flag on your shit when you travel abroad, so people think you're fucking Canadians.
Why would I
Only
ever put the
pussies
Canada
do
flag
that.
on there? You know,
That's when I
Because,
travel
because
abroad,
Americans get
I'm in
treated
the
like
military.
shit when they travel around Europe
Oh, fuck you.
and Australia too.
For
There was a
decades.
guy from Australia who was telling me he was from Perth and he was a long haul driver. He'd go across the outback from like Perth to Sydney or whatever. It was like his run, and they'd pick up guys who had Canadian flags like hitchhiking, and they'd ask them questions, and it'd be like trivia about Canada. And the one that would always break them would be, "Who's the Deputy Prime Minister of Canada?" Most Canadians couldn't tell you that really, but the Americans, and they'd do this noise. They'd be like, "Shh, get the fuck out, Yankee!"
You know what I think
Make
about
them get out of
that?
the truck.
That almost makes me want to spend the money to go to Canada just to whip all their asses.
No, Australia did it. Don't blame Canada.
Or Australia, I mean.
Are you going to
Holy
ClariCon?
And the
Yes,
first
I'm
one
in.
on the list
Okay.
is Major Kill.
Are you?
No, because it's like 2,000 miles of driving, if not more.
You know, they have these things called planes.
Or
They cover
trains.
vast distances.
Well,
And
see, trains are
automobiles.
worth taking. I hate flying. And it's
I
just
would
because
never
it's
put you on an
miserable
American train because that's like, fuck, you're 50-50 suicide on that one.
Trains,
Why?
planes, and automobiles, man.
Amtrak is a fucking nightmare for safety, dude.
Oh, really?
You know, they might stay on the tracks.
They might not. Hey, I thought we were on a train. Apparently, we're in a submarine. Why? We went off the bridge. You know?
Well,
Yeah,
apparently you're
yeah.
okay
It's
as long as
just,
you don't go to New England. Because
Yeah, it's because we're trying to fix it, Bear. We've been spending so much money on everyone else's infrastructure. Now we're trying to spend some on ours.
Oh, Manal, can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
You said don't go to New England, right?
No. I'm referring to as far as the trains.
Yeah, you said don't go to New England on the train. What part of America is directly south of where ClariCon is, sir?
I haven't even looked up where ClariCon was, to be honest. But
It's just about an hour west of Toronto, half an hour west of Toronto. So New York State, aka New England.
Yeah.
well, you know what I'd have to do? Well, the way I'd have to come is I'd have to come up through Wisconsin and cut right.
Even though New Yorkers that live in the city do not consider themselves New Englanders.
What I would-
and
what I would-
Buffalo
what I would
people
recommend
not seeing
highly-
that
what I
they're
would-
New York City or New Yorkers.
Okay, if you're going to come to Canada by train, go to Detroit. Okay, cross the bridge to Windsor, and then hop on the Windsor corridor to Toronto. You're going to have your best train experience possible because the Windsor Quebec City corridor is the busiest train route in Canada. It's also the busiest population of Canada. It's like the most civilized piece of Canada.
Oh shit!
Well, see, I lived in Germany for years, so you know, once you get spoiled by the Intercity Express.
Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine. Fuck. My buddy did a backpacked around England with a Eurorail pass when he was 18, and he couldn't stop singing the praises of the Eurorail. He's like, this thing's amazing.
It was really nice because you get on there, and it was just as fast if you flew going, 6 or 7 hours, from like Frankfurt to Munich. But I also like the fact that I could get up and walk around, and I could go to the train car, the dining car, and everything else. It was like, yeah.
You were born to ride the rails.
I would love to take a passenger train ride. That's just something I've not done in my adult life.
Really?
I'd love to try it.
We've got Florida Rail down here. Costs a couple bucks, and you can go from Kissimmee to Orlando, from Orlando to Jacksonville, and they're supposedly building a spur from Orlando to Miami. So if they do that, then we'll have, and these are very small trains, and they run like every couple hours. So yeah, if they do finish up what they're saying they're going to do, people will literally, it'll be like Europe. You'll be able to go from Miami to Jacksonville in one day and, have fun in both places,
if we had a nice Pullman car, which I think sometimes actually goes through my city, but the problem is that it's once near Chicago, you have to do all these switching and all this other crap. It's not like you can just take it real, just nice and easily. I think you have to go from here to Dallas, and then, it's not like straight north-south. And we'll see. I know that they're still trying to do that thing from Houston to Dallas, down to Austin.
How long do you think it would take you from Texas to Claricon by train?
By train?
Days?
A day?
Maybe
2 days? 2 days?
I would say 3 to 4 days would be my guess, to be fair.
Is there no straight shot up north to south?
No, I looked.
You would think that they would put an Amtrak rail right along 35, right?
Yeah.
Because I know when I took Greyhound from Virginia to California, it was like 5 freaking days.
Yeah, that's about right.
Well, there's a lot of stuff. For where I live right now, Bruce, I can tell you this much: is there's a train that comes right through, and I know it goes because a lot of it follows just east of 35, but it goes all the way to. I know it goes to Dallas, but I think the problem is you have to keep switching train cars and stuff.
Thank you.
Like
I thought I was
that.
going to sneeze again.
Yeah.
I might.
Yeah.
Well, you don't listen. We all know what bless you is, right? You know what that is, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The idea that when you sneezed, you were expelling the evil, bless you. And if they said bless you before you withdrew in the air, you would keep the evil out of you, right? Well, I will give you 2 bless yous. On the third one, get a fucking exorcist. Because clearly you are possessed.
Clearly there's something wrong with you, man.
Clearly. And if we don't have an exorcist, well, fuck it. Get a steak and some kindling, because
Hey,
burn the witch.
we're not dealing with this shit.
Have a
But
good old-fashioned
anyway,
barbecue.
yeah, America, we actually have a mighty, completely impressive train system that puts every other country's train system to shame. The problem, though, is it's for cargo. It's not for like passengers.
Okay, America.
Like if you want to ship shit, we got trains. They will ship cars from here to there, everything. We move everything that if it don't go in the back of a tractor trailer, it's on a train. But they're not passenger trains,
I'm on a boat, motherfucker.
And I'm surprised because usually train systems are only good in really little countries. So the fact that Canada's got a good train system is a little shocking to me because Canada's a big fucking country. It's huge.
Well, to me, it makes sense if you just go.
So the train system, the coast-to-coast train system in Canada is what made our country. Unifying the Pacific with the Atlantic was the big thing that made Canada a nation.
Remember?
Yes,
Chinese and Irish guys blowing each
I
other
give
up.
It's whatever. America's great. We love America. Fuck.
Well, I know you love America. I'm just saying we did that too. We were there.
We used to have a great train system. I guess it was in the 30s and 40s,
In 50s.
and then when automobiles came out, it went.
Yeah, I think that's what happened.
They pulled out
Started
some rural
driving.
stops to pull us in the 50s, but Americans were more interested with car culture. And even though we had these amazing locomotives like the Big Boy, the Blue Goose, all those brand new Art Deco locomotives, which were of the new breed that just fell apart, like not fell apart, but they came out and for like 8 years they ran hard and they ended up just pulling cargo. And then the diesel revolution hit, and so we stopped with the steam locomotives. But that was like the last great gasp of railroad back in the 1950s.
I will say as much as like I live in a major train. Like when you drive over, you can see a major train station there, and so it's but because it's not in a major city, it's not a city over like 500,000. It's just more of a stop, and I'm surprised more things haven't happened here in Temple, just because we're like in between Austin and Dallas. It's either this or Waco. We're not too industrial. I mean, we actually have a fair amount of industry out here, but it's not overly crowded. Yeah, it's
Temple's a nice town. Don't be telling people about it. You'll have Californians moving in. Stop that.
No. The problem is all the Californians want to live near Austin. Like, I'm like, look, the amount of time you guys spend in traffic, you could live an hour away and just come in on the weekends, and you would still spend less time in traffic.
Yeah.
I mean, let's see. It was a couple weeks ago. I went down. We went to, what amazed me was that the Oasis. When I hadn't been there in like 25 years or 20 years. But man, that thing grew up, and now there's like nothing in there other than the bar, which was there originally, in Austin. But boy, we went to San Marcos and went tubing and a few other things. I used to go take dates out on do miniature golf and canoeing or kayaking. Yeah, canoeing, which was great because if you didn't like your date, you just flipped it over and you just got all wet. Or you just like, I remember telling people that, well, I don't want to be stuck with something. Like, if you don't like them, you just flip them over. Or you just like put them back on the shore and say, okay, bye. I'm going to have fun. I never had that problem.
There he is. He's back.
I never left.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
He just shut the camera down while he was silently cursing my existence.
That's a word for it. I have a question. I want to ask you guys a question. Hang on. I'm going to show you two pictures, and I want you to tell me which one you like better. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
I already said
James.
The American one.
James, I'm going to be sharing images. Can you show to the crowd?
Of course, I will facilitate all of your dreams.
Thank you. So this is for the ClariCon game. There's one of the characters that are pre-built as a gnome trickster.
I hope this ain't a penis.
So I got this picture,
cool,
which I think is pretty good. I think it's pretty good. But hang on, I want to show you the other one. Here it is, James.
Same guy, different pose, still pretty awesome.
No, it's not the same guy. He's a different beard. The other guy's got a white beard, different hat.
Yeah, but I mean, they're dressed the same.
Okay,
I kind of like the first one better. Myself.
Okay.
Really? I'm kind of, I don't know. I'm torn. I don't know if I like the first one better than the second one. The second one, he looks way more sly, like he's up to some shit. You know what I mean? But the first one's good too. I don't think there's a wrong decision here.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time deciding. I think I'm going to go with the first one, just because.
Yeah,
he looks less evil.
Yeah,
they're supposed to be good guys, right? So
yeah. Like I said, I don't think there's really a wrong answer there. That's just a whatever. Yeah. My boy Holy Diver out there driving those trucks while I'm sitting here in the air conditioning, making my Titan army for Legions Imperialis. I've already built 5 Titans, Holy Diver. Or not Titans. Those are Knights.
Are those
second gnome?
Or those are actually GW?
These are GW, man.
I like the second gnome better.
Yeah, I thought you didn't like
Of course
crime.
you do.
I thought you didn't like
Because
crime.
I'm just
I
going by the image.
only ever
You said
print-
trickster, not friggin' mob
What do, you
boss.
think, what do you think a trickster is? Do you think they're just like, oh, tiddly tee, I tied your shoes together? Like, no.
I get a feeling they might be like a thief illusionist or something.
There it is.
Yep.
There it
But,
is. You know, the classic AD&D gnome?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, but or whoever was asking if I 3D printed these, I only 3D print things that no longer are being produced. So
That's noble of you.
I'll 3D print like some shoulder pads with Lamenter's chapter, because no one makes them. I might I 3D printed a Steel Legion Imperial Guardsman with like melt-a-gun, because was it melt or plasma? Whichever one they never made.
Yeah.
So I just 3D printed a couple of guys with the one they never made. But like my Death Corps of Krieg Army is 100% GW plastic. There's
Okay. I
not
was
a
just
bit
I
in
was
it.
just curious because it's hard to tell the detail with the camera. It's more focusing.
Well,
on,
I have a Saturn 4 Pro, and it can print at like 12,000.
oh yeah.
So yeah, I can print things if I want that look better than GW. But
I will.
There's
I
no way I'm
don't
going to be
know.
3D printing anytime soon. The cleanup and all that stuff are just too toxic.
Well, that's a resin printer. I was looking at FDM printer at Millennium Con for building.
some of the new FDMs
I was
are
really amazed on the quality and fidelity of those. I mean,
Yeah.
you have to get real close to see the lines and stuff.
Some of the FDM printers are so good you could literally print D&D miniatures with them.
Really?
Yeah,
Some of the FDM printers are so good you could literally plots.
well,
You got lots.
I just bought this headless horseman mini that I'm working on.
Yeah.
From this guy on Etsy that you won't care, Bear, but they got this deal. Tell me if this doesn't sound kind of awesome. If you upload a photo in a review or send him the photo in a private DM, you'll get a permanent 25% off on all his work.
Oh, that's
So
cool.
that's a good deal. This
25%
vehicle right
for life?
here that I
That's
did
freaking
the other
insane.
day
Yeah.
is a filament print.
Okay.
Oh, really?
I mean,
Have you looked into these
And of
things?
course, I painted it up like the original Mad Max cop car. The
You ever
blue and
use
yellow.
these?
I have those,
Okay.
and I threw some rust effects on it.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
then
I saw-
when I get ready to, after I get my knights together, I'll paint up this,
oh, okay.
which is unfortunately not a Ford Falcon. It's a Ford Mustang Fastback. Because
But the-
apparently the Ford Falcon you can't get a miniature of, and they were only sold in Australia for some reason.
But I mean,
Can you see the interceptor?
Last of the V8 Interceptors.
But for terrain where you don't really care that much about if they're completely smooth and things, man, FDM printers are awesome
Dude,
for
yeah.
that, and they've gotten so good. I was really amazed.
I've got a
looking
whole
at it.
sci-fi city like in 28mm scale behind me on the shelf. It's FDM printed, and once you put some like craft paint on it, like
Mhm.
apple barrel or some shit, it looks great. I also bought a bunch of like cargo containers. Some of them are crushed and some of them aren't, so that I could stack them on top of each other, and they're FDM. Or yeah, they're filament printed. I mean, I don't know.
In Shadow,
you-
they don't require that much setup. You don't have to do any of the cleaning and all the other.
oh, the
crap.
new one, yeah.
The alcohol and the other issues with my wife's lupus, it's a non-starter. It's not going to happen.
What?
And
Well,
I have
that's a resin printer, though. That's what we're
Right,
saying.
I have a Snapmaker filament printer, but now it's like 7 years old. I want to
I
say.
do have some good news for you, Shadow.
Hmm.
If you did happen to get a resin printer, the resin will not cause your wife to become a werewolf.
Well, it's a little late now. She's already something. because every time the moon changes. And anyways,
Every 28 days.
how'd you know? How'd you know? And I just don't have the room for any of that crap right now. Once I open the shop, there's going to be like a whole line of fucking 3D printers, but that's like a year and a half away, maybe two.
Well, here is a thought, Shadow. If you would let those poor Filipino twinks you keep chained in your basement free, then you would have that whole area to put up 3D printers.
Hey man, all you need is one centerpiece, set piece, and that's all you need. I mean, when I went to that Millennium Con and they had that BattleTech stuff, and the buildings were what 12 to 18 inches tall. It actually felt like a real city as the mechs looked small, as they're moving through it.
Yeah.
Then the problem I have with 28 millimeter is trying to put as many on a board, even if it's 12 feet long, it just feels like it's just lying, it's just a complete wall of minis. If you can do a large battle.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you're looking at like Waterloo, which has like 100,000 troops,
Yeah.
That's why I said I like the 6 millimeter, because then you don't feel it's quite as crowded.
Yeah, Shadow likes 6 millimeter. I am a huge fan of the modern 8 mil stuff.
I'm actually kind of fond of 10 and 15 as well.
Well, I have the Warlord Games Civil War, like the giant box that has like 1,000 troops in it, and they're all like 13 or 14 mil tall. I actually am thinking about packing that shit up and sending it to Fritz and seeing if I can pay him to paint them. That's what he and I were talking about, and I'm like, I don't even want them to look as good as your Napoleonics. Just put some freaking basic colors on this shit, please.
I will say this much is make sure that they're really colorful, because when I was out there, the people put all this work in there. I'm sorry that the drab brown and darker colors just don't show up. They don't pop on a board.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you're playing Union versus Confederacy. You've got one side that's wearing dark blue, and you got another side that's wearing gray and beech nut.
Yeah, but I'm referring like to the Army, and then I saw plenty of the Warhammer minis too, which would probably look nice by themselves, but when you put them on the board, they just look like mush. When you put that many units out there, they must have like 300, and that's why I said it's much better to make things colorful, even if it's ridiculous, because it's very easy to pull them out. I need to. I know you got it, but I was able to pick up, Dune, War for Arrakis, and if I'm going to paint something, I need to do those and the Conan minis for the board games.
Right. Well, these knights I'm making constigators and whatever. I'll have 4 of each. I will definitely have to, of all of my Legiones Imperialis figures, these guys are going to be the ones I spend the most on painting.
Well, they're larger minis too. That makes it worth it.
As knights, they got to have their heraldry and be bright colored. And, I can't just camo these bad boys up or, something like that. They got to be like badass, That's the rule. That's why you buy them in units called banners.
Yeah.
Because it's, the knight and his bannerman or whatever. So, but this is a whole 3,000 point army that I got over here. I've got 9 Quaesteris Knights and 8 of the bigger castigators. And that's pretty much a whole army.
I will say this much: is those big centerpieces, they look like they're a lot more fun to paint. That's why when I know that Holy Diver likes those Conquest minis, which are
they're pretty sweet.
Aren't they 35 millimeter or 50? I can't remember.
They're big. I don't know what they are, but they're big.
Yeah, they're definitely larger than 28 millimeter, and I like
the superhero miniatures that they're putting out for the Marvel, whatever. They're like 40 mil. So,
Yeah, not
Marvel
Crisis Protocol.
Crisis Protocol. Yeah, they're like 40 mil. They're big as shit. So
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the increased size. I get it, but I mean, you can't really use them with other stuff without them looking, you know, disproportionate in size.
yeah,
You
and
guys
I'm
don't.
sure
You
they
don't
did
even
that
play
shit
Shadow. You just paint.
purpose.
So it doesn't matter what size they are.
I'm preparing for later.
Yeah, I'm
Ryan
willing
and
to
stuff.
bet, Shadow, that they did that on purpose because
I would not doubt it one bit.
it's like
Especially if
when
they start
Lord of the
producing
Rings
terrain.
was released. Part of the deal they made with Games Workshop is that the Lord of the Rings miniatures would not be the same scale as the rest of Games Workshop stuff. And that's why
I was.
Lord of the Rings figures are so much smaller. They're like
I'll say
almost
this much,
true scale 25.
I hate that kind of pettiness in the hobby.
Well, because they didn't want people buying one set of figures and using it in the other game.
Yeah, petty.
It is so lame.
It's absolutely petty.
Yep. But that's how they do. That's how people do, man. Now I heard Omenau mention his Conan minis. Yeah, those things. Those are fun to paint. I painted up 40 pirates. I painted up about 60 picks. A blend of with weapons and with bows. I've painted up the Aquilonians and the Bostonians. And of course I've painted Conan and Ballet and all that. And overall, the miniatures are just really easy to paint, and they look really good. And yeah, they're good miniatures. And now you can actually order the map packs that you want instead of feeling like a shithead for missing out on them. So that Stygian map pack that I've always kind of envied because I didn't own it, well, now I own it because you can just buy the map. And Conan 2.20 turned me into kind of a believer when it comes to area movement. Because if you use the maps and shit, it does work very beautifully.
I
How do you-
liked it just because for areas, because I didn't have to get exactly in there. I don't care if it's 45 feet or 40 feet or 50 feet. I'm like, it's medium.
Yeah,
and it seems-
Savage Swords does the same thing, and so does Traveler, I think. And it just speeds things up.
Yeah. All I
Well,
really
I
know is
mean-
about the range and about the direction. That's it. It works.
Let me
perfect.
tell you something. There is a hipsterish old game that I'm sure you guys probably may or may not know about. And it's called Disposable Heroes / Coffin for Seven Brothers, right? And in that game, World War II game, in that game, when you activate a unit to move, you ignore terrain and everything for the unit's movement because the guys who wrote the game were actually like veterans. And they said that when you're moving in combat under fire, some brush and a low wall will not slow you down.
Nope.
And I always thought that is so interesting because so many of these games, they worry about some little bit of terrain.
Right.
Oh, you got to lose half of an inch of movement if you move through that bush. Disposable Heroes is like, no, fuck that bush. Because, I mean, there's a German over there somewhere with an MG42. So that bush can get literally effed because you're going to do it.
Well, the little, if you remember the old Games Workshop, 40K, the Rogue Trader, it used to have a reserve phase. So as long as you weren't under combat, you got to move twice. And I like that a lot. Because,
You know what? Now they just call it running.
Yeah, no, but it made so much more sense to me. Instead of doing this running crap, now roll this D6. It's like, guys, Games Workshop is not anywhere related to anything military. When you see 100 people all staying behind one single building before the start of a turn. Like, all right, this is I.
Well, one of the things absolutely, one of the things that sold me on what I'm working on now is it uses an activation system.
Mm-hmm.
So at the beginning of the turn, you put orders down, face down, right?
Yeah.
Amongst all your units. And then, after initiative is figured out, you take turns activating units. So you're not sitting there for an hour and a half while your good buddy with his Imperial Guard army moves 150, guardsmen across the table and then drops artillery all over you.
So we were doing that with the Lego Moby Dick game at the con. You would write down your movement, and then Moby Dick would move, and then you move your little boats with harpoons. And they did the same thing with and I do like that. And then they did also something similar with what was it called? The Battle of Midway, where it was complete blind. And so the Japanese were on one side and the Americans were on the other, and then they just had this blue out in front. And then as you found units, then you'd put them out on the board. But the rest of the time, everything was hidden, and they had a referee there. And I thought that was, that to me is like real war gaming. The rest of it's just like, hey, let's put some things on the ground and just like blow crap up.
A lot of the original, yes, Daryl. Just remember though that the guys who wrote the book probably didn't spend a lot of time in the saddle. But
even if you do your research on it, 28 miles is your maximum on a horse in a day. Otherwise, that horse is going to be fucking dead.
Yeah. Well, he did say it was a mule, I think.
A what?
A mule.
About the same. Like if you look it up, like a horse and a human can travel about the same distance in a day. The horse was just faster. You know what I mean?
And a lot of it though is when you start looking at it is you have to rest, you have to stop them. Yeah, but 28 miles is a very fast speed for moving through stuff. But I was looking over, I guess when I was coming back from Washington.
Well, I was just being nice and being like, yeah, I agree.
I'm sorry. I participated in a conversation about miniatures. I'm sorry. I don't know what the fuck came over me. I'm sorry.
No. We're talking about
realistic war. Happen again.
Hold on, Bear. You need Bear. Just hold this miniature and hold this paintbrush, and I think you'll be good, man.
I painted miniatures in college, and I did not enjoy it.
Now you've got some years on you, and you've got culture.
I've been there, Bear. I've been there.
Well, you know what is I was over at Little Bighorn, and you're driving, and over a week they only traveled like 50 miles or so, chasing everyone. People forget but people don't realize distances. It's so funny listening to people think that, well, it's only like 3 hours away by flight. I'm like, go drive it. Just see how big the United States is while driving.
Well, I love watching this English dude who is trying to move to America, and he has all these videos of like America.
Yeah.
And like watching him when he realizes how big the United States actually is, it's like, I don't know. I get a kick out of it. I like watching happy things like that.
Well, I mean, just going from Texas to Washington was a 2,000-mile drive one way. Yeah.
I had to set in a diesel-powered station wagon from Kentucky to Alaska.
Oh, wow.
Including when you get up there, you can't drive into Alaska. You have to take a ferry.
Okay, yep.
And then you're in Juneau, and then we drove like way north of Anchorage up Eagle River. And it might have took us 7-8 days.
Yeah, I don't doubt that.
And back then, the Canadians didn't give a shit. It was like you're on the highway from Washington to Alaska, and it's like Canadians didn't care. That was the good days, though, Bear, when nobody cared. Canadians and Americans just hung out.
And you didn't have to worry about the Americans trying to stop your Kinder eggs from coming over.
Yeah.
Well, no, you didn't have to worry about
phone.
Americans apparently taking your cell phones and looking at all the pictures and texts.
Yep.
Which I don't agree with that. That's. I mean, I'm a huge fan of knowing who's coming into the country, but I don't know. Maybe that goes a little far. But we'll see. We'll see. Maybe I'm just being soft-hearted because I like.
No, it does seem rather intrusive. I get
it's
it.
Really super intrusive.
I get it, but at the same time, just get a flip phone.
Well, they're not going to want to look at my phone because the memes on there, they're just going to keep my phone and be laughing the whole time because they're going to be like, oh my God, this guy.
If they don't take you into custody, right?
No, these are Americans. They can't take me into custody unless I'm doing something, whatever.
No, my
So
biggest issue.
if they look
was,
at my shit, they are going to see a lot of memes, though.
my biggest issue coming across the border from Mexico and the United States was I had a thing of sugar cane, and I forgot about it and said, "Hey, let me just throw this away." Oh no! And they went to this big rigmarole of disposing of the sugar cane. Like, I could just throw it away here if you let me know, and that would have saved us so much time.
Nothing can be easy. BC is giving that land back to the natives.
Yeah, there's a thing going on in Canada right now where every time the government has something happen, they make this statement about we recognize that this is taking place on stolen native land type of idea. And it's gotten to the point where like the RCMP was doing an announcement about a missing child, and they did it at the start of the press conference, and they got holy hell from a lot of people going,
I saw
what
that.
the fuck are you doing? This is about someone's child missing. This isn't time for your political grandstanding woke bullshit.
It was what, some woman or whatever was.
Yeah.
It was just like, what are you doing? It's the self-flagellation of the West that when you see these people and like, well, this is why it's not worth sending your children to college.
Well, it's not just that. Like,
yeah.
I'm going to shut up because I'm about to go off on a rant, and I'm just going to.
So I just want you to know that within reason, you are more than welcome to rant away.
I know, but I don't want to go there. It's just going to make me negative, and I'm having a good time right now designing shit for Claricon.
See, I would be pissy about it a little bit because it's like we're on stolen land, and I'd be like, yeah, but you didn't say anything when these idiots were burning all our churches down.
Over
based
bullshit.
on a stupid lie.
Bullshit.
Yeah. Right. Somebody made some bullshit up.
Oh, no. Our fucking
Justine burning churches.
Justine came out and apologized for all the atrocities of the white man.
Really?
Oh, she was a great leader of this country, Justine. Her hair was so pretty.
Yeah, Justin Trudeau. He did have good hair.
I don't know who that is, but I know who Justine is. I'm just saying.
Hey, look. Not that it's braggable anymore because he's double dipping into like Russell Brand's old shit.
Katy Perry, for fuck's sake. What the
right?
fuck?
Isn't that like that's like and she didn't date Russell Brand during his cool phase. She dated Russell Brand during his heroin addict phase.
Yeah.
So
what was
it's like
something?
She didn't date him. She was married to him, dog.
Yeah, she was.
I don't think much of just like
I think Katy Perry, for all of her proclamations that she's a virgin still and Christian, all that bullshit she would do for the longest time, I think it's all bullshit lies that she sells to the public to try and whatever. But I often think of that line that Triple H had about Stephanie McMahon, which was, it's like throwing a fucking hot dog down a corridor. Thank you. I'm here all week.
Okay. Yeah.
Don't forget to tip your waitress.
No, Bear.
Hey, Cody. No, I think James froze. Oh, James frozen.
Well, see, the sad thing, Bear, is I have to go listen to Rebel News and a couple of others to get any news from Canada because our news reports almost nothing from there.
Oh, Hi, James. Welcome back.
Hey, what's up, homie?
We missed you.
The good news is the sun has passed, so I don't got that thing in my face.
Oh, good.
Cody, afternoon, sir.
Afternoon, Cody. By the way, Cody, I love you like a play cousin. You know that, but you do this thing that annoys the shit out of me. You show up in a chat, you say hi, and then 10 minutes later I talk to you and you're gone. It's like, the fuck? I always feel like I'm talking like, what happened to Cody? Where'd Cody? It's like, you're not the Shadow, okay? And you're not Batman. So just say goodbye, fuck.
Mm-hmm.
It hurts. It hurts when I feel.
Only our shadow knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men.
Yes, him. Specifically, literally, he lurks in the heart. Well, sorry, you said hearts. I heard butts. My apologies.
Well, he's like Count Duckula. Yeah.
So. Really? How is that? Do tell.
You're supposed to be scary, but you aren't. You know, it's
Count.
Oh, I thought I heard you say Count Dankula, and I was like,
No,
ain't
no,
that
no,
the guy that went to
Duckula.
jail for teaching
Duckula,
his
remember the
girlfriend's dog to
cartoon?
No, I get the Count Duckula thing, but man, like, what the fuck are you smoking? Count
That is like one
Duckula?
of the most obscure references all week.
That was a deep ass cut, motherfucker. Hey, meme guy, if you see this one, make him into Count Duckula.
That is something.
Okay, you Thur are an uncivilized, unmitigated retard, Thur.
Cody's feeling better. Good to hear you're feeling better. I have to be honest. I never heard you weren't.
I don't
Yeah,
like being unwell.
same
Coach.
here.
But of course, I'm
Sorry,
glad
yeah,
that
perfect.
you're feeling better. No one told me you was having any issues, though.
Well, we have noticed your absence.
Not that anyone has to tell me anything. I mean, it's your private business. You do you. I don't want to
Well,
get
Shadow,
involved.
if we're gonna talk about Atlantis, we'll have to do it later in November. So
Atlantis? What? What are you talking about Atlantis
I'm doing a Atlantean Autumn for November, so the whole month I'll be diving into things like Kull and Plato and Ancient Alien.
Oh.
You were at midnight and threw up. Think I caught it at a hospital. Well, hospitals are dangerous. That's where all the sick people are.
Yeah,
Oh.
I avoid them
for?
because that's where they keep the plague.
That's where they keep all the illnesses.
So my dad used to do this fucking gag that I hated as a kid, but I'd fall for it because he'd wait like a year between usages, and then eventually I got smarter and I caught on. But we'd be driving by a fucking cemetery and be like, "How many dead people do you think are in there?" And like an idiot, you go, "Oh no, like 300-400." And he's like, "All of them." You're like, "That's what your jokes just sounded like, James."
Your dad sounds cool.
Yeah,
He
I'd
was
hang
not.
out with your dad.
My father was the exact opposite of cool. He was whatever cool is. He was across the room staring at it. Like it's.
I mean, is he still with us, or is he?
No.
journeyed
He
on?
passed. He passed in. I want to say 2018.
That makes me sad because I was
It
going
does.
to tell you that do us all a favor and invite him on one of these times.
That'd be awesome.
I would never put my. Okay, let me. I'm gonna do an impersonation of my father for you. Okay, here's an impersonation of my father. So I was up at the trade show there in Montreal, and there was a couple of darkies walking around. Dad, you can't call them darkies. What? Oh, I'm just saying they're dark. Well, how's that wrong? They're dark. That was my dad.
So
Oh.
he was an honest, wise
James
man.
want him on
You're
even
saying.
more now.
He was born in 38, so he wasn't a boomer, but he wasn't greatest generation, so he's silent generation.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So he was casually racist without realizing it.
I can
He
be
didn't-
that way
No,
sometimes.
because he had nothing against anybody
Yeah.
what their race was. He didn't give a fuck.
Yep.
But he'd say things like darky and chink and stuff like that. And you'd just be like, Dad, you can't do that. Why? Is it wrong? China chink? It's just a short name of it. Oh my God, stop.
Yeah, I try to watch my casual racism because I know I can be casually racist because of my upbringing and everything. I'm too comfortable around different groups, so I feel like I can do the same things they do. But
Yeah,
but then I find out that maybe I can't. But it's always some white woman that tells me I can't.
Oh yeah.
My-
Yeah.
My boy and his friends have become insanely racist over the last 2 years.
Well, they are Mexicans.
So they think they can get away with just about anything. You're not wrong, James. You're not wrong.
No, I'm not wrong. When Mexicans move into a barrio in LA, they generally wipe out all the non-Mexicans.
I wouldn't
Wipe
say
them out.
wipe out.
Every last one, kill them all.
No,
They-
I would
they
say
convert.
wiped out. Look that shit
Lord
up.
the
They move
chanclas.
into a neighborhood, they start taking out the black dudes like it's
That
their job.
they make it
Taking them
uncomfortable for
out.
those they don't like, but if they like you, they introduce you to their niece, and you become part of the family.
Yeah.
Take them out. Take them out to dinner.
Especially if
Take
your
them
name
out
is
to the
The
movies.
fat ass Latinas are what's going to kill off the Anglos. I'm telling you.
James, didn't you have a crazy?
Yes. Why we
Oh,
gotta
sorry,
get
just
into
kidding.
that shit? I think she's pulling tricks in Atlanta. now.
We're not trading crazy Latina stories today, gentlemen, because we all got them, and Shadow can't get rid of his.
Well, mine was extra crazy because she's a redheaded Latina.
That's just wrong.
So that's like levels of crazy.
That's like double crazy. That's like double
But-
stuffed Oreos.
But man, could she could suck a golf ball through a garden hose, and she
Man,
made the
could
best.
she suck a dick? Was what you wanted to say.
It is, and she made the best.
He pretty much
chicken and
just
yellow
did it
rice
anyway.
with, like beans, like ever. She'd
Okay,
either
here's
use
what y'all
garbanzo
need to
beans
do.
or
Y'all
sometimes
need
green
listen.
olives.
If you want that level of crazy, but with a little less violence attached to it, come on up and date a French Canadian chick.
No,
I know you ain't
It's the
talking about.
same fucking thing.
What's up,
Like,
RPG
I'm telling you,
Dad?
no, they're not. They're not.
as we used to joke in college, we used to make this joke in college, which was so true. You got to convince an English girl to go down on you. A French girl goes down like it's got the fucking antidote in it. You know what I mean? Like it's insane. It's like I remember the first French girl I was with. I was just like right away, first move. I'm like, what the fuck is? I don't have to bargain. I don't have to negotiate. This is awesome.
This is a
Problem
standard
is-
maneuver.
They're crazy like the Latinas.
They
Yeah,
don't
the
have
problem
that.
is they're French.
Okay,
They don't-
and how do you compare them to Filipinos?
Never been with a Filipina, thank God.
Okay.
I'm not into children,
God.
therefore I'm not into children or hobbits. Therefore, Filipinas are not really on my radar.
Well, I know you're trying to say a thing, but I will say this. You're not into children, don't date a Filipina because she expects you to put babies in her.
That's not what I meant, and you know
I
damn
know
well
that's
I
not
meant.
what you meant, but I'm telling you the more better explanation.
I remember in Cambodia, and
If
they
you
went
marry
to
a
one of the
Filipina,
places
you
like,
better knock
oh,
her ass up.
she's like, I'm so old, I'm 25. And
And you were how
Hello.
old? And you
How
were
are you, sir? How are things? Are you good, sir? The way I love their sing-songy thing. I fucking think it's adorable as fuck. I always know when I'm talking about the Philippines when I call tech support and I get the person, hello, this is June. I'm like, how are the Philippines today? How did you know I was here? It's always like, I don't know, sweetheart. I have no idea. I'm just really good at it.
Next is
And when I used to work for a company called Sitel, I had a loyal army of Filipino ninjas. There were like 5 of them, and I could get them to do anything I wanted. They just fucking loved me, and they'd do weird shit. Like we'd be standing in the hall talking to someone, and then like one of them would just put their hand on my stomach, and I'd just be like, Joan, you have a husband. I have to remove her hand. You know, like fuck.
as somebody who had a best friend who was Filipino and went through Fire Academy and dealt with his family, let me tell you, they don't have safety zones the way we do.
Boundaries is the word you're
Like
looking
personal
for.
areas, like
Yeah, they don't
like
exist.
Americans, we reach our arms out. Don't get
Yeah.
this close.
right.
Filipinos don't believe in that shit. They'll meet you, they'll
So,
hug you, kiss you.
A
Your
buddy of
guy
mine
is
had
just
was
like,
a
whatever,
punk
man.
guy back in the 90s. He was a punk. He had a leather jacket with like endless spikes on it, and some of them were like 3 inches, 3 inches long. They were big spikes. And he always asked me, like, Denny, why do you wear that fucking jacket? He's like, because I need this much personal space. It's just like, fuck, okay, man. But yeah, no, and they're also like all 5'2".
It was
They
what, like,
are.
3 against
I'm
Philippines?
6'3".
My
I'd
buddy
be like a
Hermes,
Saint Bernard mounting a Shih Tzu. It's not right.
because a pig and an elephant just don't mix.
Exactly, and
Well, but you have to
vaguely insulting, but well done.
You have to get.
I mean,
the,
South Park, you know.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Did-
I remember the song. You have to get the 4-assed monkeys and the.
I mean, Loverboy, I think it was, did the song.
Yeah.
The pig and an elephant just don't mix.
Yeah.
But then Chef sang, "Can you feel the love tonight?" We're making love gravy,
Yeah.
and then you just hear the poor pig. Anywho, yeah, I've been over to Hermes' house and met his family and went to a funeral and had lunch, and those people are like,
So your family now.
oh yeah, you know
Legally.
what? Another thing
Legally.
people don't know, but they need to know about Filipinos. If you take them out to coffee in public, you're dating.
I'll just have to remember that.
Yeah, remember, if you're ever in the Philippines and you meet a nice Filipino woman and you're thinking, hey, would you like to go out for some coffee? If you take her out in public on a date, guess what? You're dating. She's yours now. Fucking deal with it.
And she's gonna.
I
hold
still
your
remember being in
junk with
Iraq.
sweets.
Some of them were like, so the guy's like, "Hey, I have a good daughter," and they're like, "I'm already married." They're like, "You can have more than one wife here."
4, according to their prophet, yes, 4.
Oh, I knew one guy I was talking to, and he says, So I asked my wife if it was okay if I had. He was Iraqi. If I could have a second, a second wife, and she basically said, "Well, not if you want to remain a man." So it was,
Threatening.
You know what
I
always
gotta.
aggravated me about the Iraqi women?
the
Like they would
mustache.
blow you like it was their job, right? But they'd never let you put it in them.
As much as this has turned into my kind of conversation as opposed to the miniatures bullshit, I gotta go eat supper. So
Yeah, go
Hey, take care, Barry. Eat well.
Be good, Barry.
James, I damn you for this because normally you never talk about the shit I like to talk about. Now that you're doing it, I want to stay, but I got to eat because I got to take
Well,
my
I'm just
meds.
saying, in the Middle East, right? As a soldier, you can get all the blowjobs you want, but you're never going to see that badge, man. It is not happening. They got that shit on lockdown.
Shadow, good luck. They're talking about women. I don't know. Listen, that's a
Hey,
defense
you know what
to
I
your
was
people.
told?
I know.
It was 50. Because we were talking to a lot of the Afghans, and they said that they were trying to save up enough money for a wife. For an 18-year-old, 16, 18, it was about 50,000. And so then they were going over in the age. I said, well, how much for one that's 30 or above? And they're like, oh, those are free. It's just that the family just wants to get rid of them. So.
Yeah, in China, they got a word for those, and it translates loosely into the last apple in the barrel.
Okay. Well, I remember hearing about the leftover women.
Yeah, that's what they are. The leftover women. They're the
Yeah.
last apple in the barrel.
Well,
And then, and the story I'm telling you, not only is it 100% true, I can corroborate it because I had a buddy who was in the Air Force back then. And when I was in, and he was stationed like Dagestan,
okay.
because I guess they had an air base there or some shit. And he told me, when I told him that, he said they were the same exact way. Like they'd come over and pull that job off and just drop on their knees and do you up, but never see anything between their legs ever.
Well, they probably were scared because, like, apparently it's haram for them to shave when their husband's gone. So they're supposed to let it get all bushy like some French woman. And then here they are with, like, you. And if they, do things like, hey, they could get pregnant and that'll result them in getting
That
stoned.
is the reason, Bruce.
Oh, yeah.
That makes
Because,
the most
they're not going to get pregnant from taking a shot in the face, right?
No,
But if you knock them up, they're going to get stoned to death.
you're going to get stoned to death. And the thing is
Wow.
that you can't vacate them out of the country to preserve your lineage that came here unexpectedly. I didn't expect that to happen, but I mean, it was a risk, but you know what I mean.
See,
You
thank
can't vacate
goodness the Vietnamese were a lot more open-minded, or I wouldn't have my older sister. But
I'm just
all
gonna
the places
say-
I were, like in the Middle East and shit like that, that's how it was. Now in Honduras, you could literally buy a 16-year-old girl for like some boots and a couple of MREs. man.
I was in. I was on a 2-week
I mean, I never did it, but you could.
over in Honduras, and we were just building
wrong.
like a building that was supposed to be for like joint operations. And when I
You're
was
telling
there,
me it's
like,
wrong. Tell her dad it's wrong.
there was like 23, 24-year-old women that were just coming by our building project every day, and like there wasn't a single guy on reserve duty that wasn't happy. You would go to the bars with like 3 or 4 women, and they were just amazing knockouts, just Instagram ready, but they were trying to milk you for seed. It was great.
Well, yeah, because then they could turn that into a trip to the U.S.
I mean, now that I think about it, I kind of like, I wonder what would have happened. Really honest, my wife, I
Yeah.
love my wife, don't get me wrong, but like there's a possibility that like when I married my wife, there was no possibility for kids. It's now a rec area. There's no plumbing.
Okay.
But I had in Honduras, I had the potential for family. I just didn't want to come home. I wasn't living out anywhere. I was with my parents, and I went on reserve duty pretty much right after my active time went off.
Let me reiterate. Wow.
What?
I'm just telling my son, I said, son, find a nice girlfriend, get married, and have as many kids. I need the labor force as soon as possible.
Well, my parents are trying to tell me now, like, if you get divorced from your wife, you could honor Charlie Kirk by finding a nice young Mexican girl and having 3 or 4 kids right away.
Would that be honoring Charlie Kirk or Nick Fuentes?
It doesn't really matter. My fucking lineage.
I mean,
would
isn't
take
Nick
you-
Fuentes the Mexican?
I don't know what he is. I don't ever pay attention to that guy.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's Mexican.
I treat him like I treat Andrew Tate. I pay little attention to him, if at all.
Well,
Like I
I mean,
care-
that's
like
not
I care if
necessarily
he's
the wrong
Mexican,
way to
you
be. I was just pointing out that,
I get it. I get it. You think I live in Mexico? It's San Antonio, brother. It is a border town, I will say.
border towns are the worst.
No, it's not. It's great. It's just if you go to the south side, have a little lingo.
The worst.
You're
Well,
gonna-
at least, well, I wouldn't know about the Texas side. Hungar seemed to love going to Texas when he was an over-the-road driver. But on the Mexican side, like Saltillo and shit like that, is the worst. You do not want to be in a border town on the Mexican side.
well, I already know this.
It's like everyone there is a criminal. That's just what it is.
we were,
I knew
Go
when I was
ahead.
working at the border, and what amazed me, we're talking like 2 miles or like right on the border, like right on the river. And the number of people who had not gone into Mexico in 7 years because they said it was just too dangerous.
Yeah. Like Juarez.
Well, no, we were talking like Starr County. So like Juarez is a big place, but this is a lot smaller. And then that said, it's the one over by what is it, by Far, Texas? You know, that area. That you just walk across the border. All the Americans go there to get their dental work done. And that one's real quiet because
You said dental, but I heard dick hole. And I was like, how's
what
that
are you
work,
thinking
man?
about? You know, after oh no, it was
No, I'm just saying everybody goes over there to the Mexican side to get their dick hole work done, which I've heard Tijuana's good for that sort of thing.
but no, this was. But I mean, like I knew guys that were getting like.
Maybe I
you
should
know,
put a warning. We're being pretty adult, but my
Yeah.
whole channel is set to adult.
Okay, well, good.
So yeah,
I
But I mean,
my MeWe, so it is what it is.
but I mean, it's what 4 hours from San Antonio to the border or whatever it is.
Not 2.5 hours.
You
my
know.
brother's favorite town in Texas they loved to go to was Laredo.
Laredo, you can have a lot of fun in. I had a lot of fun there. But my first time there, my boys that I worked with, they drive us past the bridge where there's like 6 guys hanging. And they said, "Hey, Wedo, you better be careful in this town. They're going after guys like you dickhead." And I kind of looked at that scene and I said, "So where can I be safe at? Because I'm going to fuck everything that walks in this town I've seen so far." And they're like, "Hey, you really want to like get with a girl here?" I said, "Fuck yeah. Like they got the apps here, right?" "Yeah, the apps are here." So what I did, I just sat in the fucking Holiday Inn and I would fucking text girls on whatever app was on. And I forget the name of it. I was
Grindr?
Facebook singles. And but I had a revolving door of Vag running through. It was
See,
wonderful.
Bruce ignored me. That was a
But
good one.
Grinder, I don't pay attention. That's gay.
Yeah, it's
That
still
was the
funny
point.
though. You're like, I was on
I'm not
that
there.
Grindr. No, I mean it's just funny, man. I'm just making.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hey,
you know, I know.
My wife has a half Japanese brother she's never met. Yeah, that shit happens.
Yeah, what
Yeah, I've
was
never
I'm-
met my Vietnamese sister, but I tried to talk to her, and trying to talk to a Vietnamese person using Google Translate
oh
is
no.
fucking the worst.
yeah, I'm pretty
But
certain
she's
Jackie's got
African,
a
she's
whole
a
bunch of
school
siblings
teacher,
he's
so
never
there
going to
you
meet.
And she's a couple years older than I am. So
I will say this much: it was really interesting going to Cambodia and like, oh my God, the women are hitting on you. You don't have to like put any effort out at all.
I didn't have to put any effort in over
the
at Laredo.
scourge of the North.
Laredo was the easiest town I've ever pulled my dick out of my pants in. It was so easy. Hey, there's Vic.
Hey, you reprobates. The scourge
What's
of
going on, my
we,
baby?
we are being reprobates at this point.
All right, well, I'm going to head off, guys. I'm going to go.
Take care, Owen. I will see you
Owen,
maybe
I'll see
tomorrow.
you, buddy.
Good
Shows
night.
up and Omen leaves. That makes me feel like you don't like Vic.
No. There's already too many of us here. No, besides that, yes,
What
that
the
beholder.
fuck, Omanal?
I feel like I'm being watched the entire time.
You
That's
are.
just I got a third satellite watching me. It's good, man.
Oh yeah.
They're not after you.
Okay, now take care. Remember
I-
before you go to sleep to say goodnight to your NSA agent.
That's,
Good night,
Wait.
Boris.
wait a minute. I've got yeah, it's like you say your prayers. Good night, FBI agent. Good night, CIA agent. Good night, NSA agent. Good
Yeah,
night.
especially if you've got an Alexa anywhere near you.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
just like good night, NSA agent.
And I know
Oh,
you have what.
Make sure you don't
Theory.
mention anything about those special things you have in your garage that you've been building.
right. Wait. Ooh.
All
Yeah,
right.
easy,
Have a good night,
buddy.
guys.
Are you trying to get me raided?
I didn't say what it was.
I'm just saying they take that kind of shit serious these days. As they should, but still, I don't want to be on the receiving end of a bunch of federal agents kicking my door in.
You mean an FBI colonoscopy?
Right.
Ah,
And from what I understand, they do it right there on the scene. So
Yeah.
that's not good. But yeah, because I don't know if you guys who you listen to when you're bullshitting around, but sometimes I listen to Professor Turley.
yeah.
And apparently the FBI,
Steve
like
Turley?
these people making like death threats online, they've been getting rounded up.
Good.
Like for real, you know? Like the one dude who threatened to like kill all the ICE agents. Well, that motherfucker, he's gone now. Because they're like, nope, we're not dealing with this shit. Some woman got whacked, not whacked, but picked up, and then
That big fat teacher.
the teacher,
Fuck her.
she's got to answer for her shit. I don't know if they fired her yet or not.
Yes, they did.
Yeah,
They did. They fired her.
That shit just cannot stand unattended in the United States. Everywhere else, I don't give two shits. But here where I live, that shit cannot be allowed to just because
You know what
eventually
amazing is?
eventually it's going to pop off, and they are going to be singing a whole different tune.
And that is, President Trump said that in a meeting once.
You know,
That these
Said what?
people keep acting like they want a civil war as if they would have a
here's
chance.
the thing. Why are they spouting off at the mouth? Why don't they think about what they say? Because they're stupid. STUPID. I mean,
Well, there's that, and they think they can get away with it.
Well,
got
they
away
had
with it
for
for-
so
they got-
long that they figured, fuck it,
Yeah, 4 years they got away with it or longer. And
Oh, at least 8 at least easy. Remember all the Summer of Love bullshit? The Kenosha kid?
yeah,
I still have a meme on my Facebook, and it has like a cartoon Kyle Rittenhouse on the ground with his AR, and it says, "Don't skate on me, bro."
I just
That's near your side of the world too, Kenosha, right? That's in Wisconsin.
yeah, it's southern Wisconsin, southeastern Wisconsin, but
And wasn't the Kenosha kid originally from Minnesota?
no, he's from Illinois.
Oh, okay.
But
I'll
here's-
tell you what,
here's my
that dude is a better man than I, because I would have emptied the magazine. You know what I'm saying? If I was in that
Well-
position and I got to where I thought they were going to kill me, I'd empty the magazine on them. It just
well, he was a kid. Right off the bat, he was a kid.
No,
and-
I think he's a good person. I think he kept his wits, and once he thought the threats were gone, he stopped. That's what I'm saying, Shadow.
I'll tell you what I'll do.
Me,
I got
I
a
don't stop
whole
until
different- I
the
got a
threat is
different opinion
completely
about
done.
this.
If I ever become divorced or widowed, what I'll do, I'll go down to South Texas, North Mexico. I'll find me like 4 different Mexican women, like 25 or so odd years old, and I'll have a kid out of each of them. All of them will be named Kyle.
Well, if they're 25-year-old Mexican women, they probably already got at least 2 kids.
Three on average.
Yeah, so I mean,
Like I knew this one girl out of Corpus Christi when I first moved here. I was 38, she was 30. She had 7 kids.
Wow.
That when I discovered that was like undateable. I can't date you.
Well, here's the thing. They start young. I worked with this girl once. She was like 22 and she had like a 7-year-old son. And I was like doing the math and I'm like, okay. I mean,
Yikes.
yeah. Yeah. She was a little sweetheart though. I mean, as like just a friend, we didn't like, there was no whatever there for me anyway. But she was cool. I like to chat with her. That's what the place I was working at where the Peruvian woman asked me to marry her. And I'll tell you what, if I wasn't with my current wife, I might have. I'm not even lying, She was telling me, all this shit, and I was like, damn, you're kind of hot too. So you want that green card, huh, baby? Well, I know I got you for 3 years, right? 2 years. And
I
if
thought
you
it was
fuck
5
up,
years.
I'll just like claim you're like some kind of Peruvian terrorist and get you shipped out.
I thought that was 5 years. But,
Okay, then. Even better. And like I said, if she F's up, then she gets shipped back to Peru because I'll claim she's a terrorist. But they all called me Hamis or Hamis because James somehow to South Americans is Hamis. And I'm like, no, James. And they'd be like, Hamis. I mean, like, the hell, can you people just not say J? Is that an issue?
They literally they can't, and it makes no sense.
Yeah. They were good people though. Like I was literally the only white guy there. And it was me, a Puerto Rican dude, and like 12 Hispanic women from like everywhere. Like I saw one of the most beautiful women ever in the whole world there. She was working there and she was Argentinian. And she was, you know what she looked like? Prince Tigra from Fire and Ice. Looked just like her. I mean, if that woman was real in, real life, that's what this girl looked like.
Have you ever seen Mr. Frazetta's wife? Did you ever see what she looked like? Have you seen his granddaughter, Sarah?
I assume probably they look a lot like the painting.
That he had models. They were his family.
Right.
His wife was absolutely gorgeous. Sarah, like, I don't know how old she's. She's between 30 and 50. I can't tell. She's absolutely just beautiful. Got a thick little booty, too.
Well, here's the deal. That's what this Argentinian looked like, which I thought was like the most beautiful thing ever. But
Nice.
I mean, that's in the story. I never fooled around because I've always been loyal, Plus, if I had ever wanted to cheat on my wife, I had a whole ER full of nurses. They'd have gave up that booty in 2 seconds. I think in order to become an RN, you have to suck at least 50 dicks.
I think in order to be an RN, you have to have like 5 boyfriends in the past accuse you of cheating because you're just a whore.
Yeah.
Like you have
If
to be
anyone out
responsible.
there listening is an RN, I apologize,
No, I
but
don't.
that is my experience with emergency room RNs.
Every time I'd meet one, whenever I was in the singles game, every time within like 3 to 5 weeks, she'd get pregnant by one of 3 other dudes.
Probably a firefighter.
No, police.
If they work in the ER, they're fucking.
You think when I was in Decatur, Illinois, taking my law enforcement school, the classes for that, the dean of Richland Community College, he had it set up to where they were planning to set up families as the kids got through their classes, because all of the med school classes and a lot of the Leo classes got out within 5 minutes of each other. So the cafeteria would be flush with these people looking for, refreshment. And, oh, hey, what are you doing on Wednesday night after your final class? Do you want to go to IHOP with me? And that's been like that for years.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna succinctly say, if she works in the ER, she's probably a whore. Not every time, but probably. And I know because I've had to sit in the rescue for an extra 15 minutes while my partner was dropping one off in some fucking service closet or some shit so many times. And I'd just be like, dude, you're married. He's like, so? I'd be like, all right. Because I don't know, those RNs, man. Maybe it's because they're around death all the time or something. But as soon as the firefighters roll in, it's like you dump the patient off. Then my partner's like, hey, go take care of will you take care of the truck for me, wipe it down and all that? And I'm like, sure, man. And then he vanishes into a utility closet with freaking
it's called the stress relief thing. You get that chance, and it's like, oh well, hey.
But sometimes I've made fun of my bro Mig a couple of times because like he'd go into a room with a nurse and I'd be out cleaning the thing and he'd come out before I even finished cleaning all the back of the rescue up. And I'd be like, God damn, I hope you're not that quick with your wife, right? And he'd be like, shut up. Because I was that guy on our shift, I was that guy. And but they knew I wouldn't rat on them. And like I said, I trained them to never talk about wives because I told them, Christmas party's in a week. You want me sitting across from your wife thinking about her having a dick in her mouth? And they're like, what? And well, you keep talking about how great she is at giving head. So maybe, are you advertising? Like, maybe I should take a shift off and visit her? I mean, what the fuck?
You're going to be busy with the fucking nurses in ER anyway.
My whole shift stopped. Wow. 100%, all of them, all of us, and there was 5 of us. No one talked about anything sexual with their wives ever again. I went off. I was talking about, I'll fuck your wife because you're talking about it and all this crazy shit. And they're like, whoa, okay.
I'm just a little horny.
Well, I mean, seriously, man, you're sitting there telling me what you did to your wife, knowing that we're going to be sitting at the same table in a week. And I just don't know. So, you want me sitting there imagining all the shit you've been telling me about her? I mean, really? Is that what you want? You want me thinking sexual thoughts about your wife? Especially since I'm younger and way better looking than you. Shit. I'm not afraid to bang a 50-something-year-old woman back when I was 30. As a matter of fact, when I was in my mid-20s, I dated a 50-something-year-old woman. She had kids my age. It was cool because we could play like Xbox, her son and I, because we're about the same age.
Wow.
There was a kid.
She was great. And we ended up splitting up because, it's going to happen.
She died of old age?
No. But it's like...
dated a 53-year-old woman? She was fun.
I'm telling you, man.
Yeah.
Go to the house.
Yeah,
have dinner cooked. Hang out a little bit.
Shit. I never got out of my house. She'd come over, knock on the door, and within 10 minutes,
Yeah, I've always had
you don't know. These older ladies, man.
She was a postmenopausal, what do you call nymphomaniac? A postmenopausal.
Yeah, I won't do it. I will not do it. No older women, ever.
There are no women older than you. So you're safe.
You're nuts.
That was good.
Like, unless you run into a vampire, you're okay, man. You ain't got to worry about it.
Shadow, you're nuts. I mean, come on now. Postmenopausal, can't get pregnant, has their own money. I mean, come on.
Nope, won't do it. Too much, too headstrong, too many opinions.
Nope.
Yeah.
No. They have their own house. You open the door, say goodbye, and they go.
The one I dated
worked at the PD. You open the door and walk out.
Yeah, the one I dated worked at the PD as a dispatcher. Oh my God.
Half my age and 7, man.
This chick was just so DTF all the time. And since she had went through a divorce, because when she was younger, she'd married a sheriff deputy. like all of the freaky shit that her sheriff deputy husband wanted her to do that she said no, I got to do. Because I guess it was like her way of being vengeful towards him or something. I don't know. She's a good girl, though. Good girl. Pretty, too. Very pretty. Giant tits that did not look 50 years old. I mean, those titties, though, right? Those titties look young. And, and everything ran its course. And you know what? I will never forget her because she taught me how to basically fuck. You know? Because, you know, when you're young and not very experienced, I mean, you don't know a lot of shit. You get with a 50-something-year-old woman, you're going to learn some stuff. She's going to let you know some stuff. So then after that, I become like the sexual beast of my whole, like, friend group.
Yeah, I also
I have
have
a reputation as that's the guy that's going to knock the bottom out of it.
I've also got a body count requirement. It's got to be under 2.
When I was 27 years old, I had a player at my table in Springfield, Illinois, and one night he was having trouble getting logistics set up, so he was going to have to leave early. And his mom called the store, asked if I could give him a ride home.
Oh no!
Give your DM, ask your DM. If not, you got to come home now. So he's like, "Please, man, can you just give me a ride home?" "Yeah, I'll give you a ride home after the game." And she's like, "What time is he going to be home?" "We got to close it at midnight because I don't have after store privileges." And then the store manager gives me the keys. I'm like, "Well, I got after store privileges now. Is 1:30 okay? Because most of us are going to want to play till 1:30, 2 o'clock." "Yeah, but don't be getting crazy and buying beer at the bar with my kid in the car." No, I'll just drive him straight home. No big deal. Long story short, I get home. I meet his mom. Holy hell, she's hot. She's only 10 years older than me. And this kid immediately sees like, oh no, my dungeon master is going to be boning my mom.
Right.
And he was kind of being shitty to me after that for like the next few games because his mom's definitely interested. And I didn't take the bait the first night I met her. Well, I'll see you again. I'll drive him to and from the store. How's that sound? That'd be great. Please do that.
What's up, D-Pal?
So anyway, the second time I meet her, that's the night that I pulled her bed about 2 inches off the wall. And
Yeah, because you don't want to be banging on that wall.
Oh my God. The next day he wouldn't even look at me when I made him his fucking Pop-Tarts.
Dude, that happened to me kind of, but it was with a younger girl. She was the sister of a dude that I like hung out with and played D&D with. He wasn't a friend, but he was like a gamer friend. And one time, like, she was of age before anybody gets crazy. But one time he came over, and the way our house was, since it was like me and my bro Tony lived there, it was like the party house. Everybody came and went and whatever. And he came over, and I was relling the shit out of his sister. And he could hear her, screaming and carrying on. And like, he left and never came back. As a matter of fact, he never spoke to me again. And I was like, what?
Sounds like
I'm like 27. She's like 19.
Okay, raise your hands if you've had the police show up at your door because you've been railing your girlfriend so hard that she's screaming her head off.
No.
Yep.
Because this particular girl is the only girl I've ever been with.
Okay. How about the hotel management come to the door?
Yeah, I've had that one too.
Because here's how you fix a screamer: you shove her panties in her mouth.
I don't know if hotel sex counts, Shadow. That one's pretty easy to get them to be audible on. You're fucking in every position. You're doing things that you would never do in your own house in a hotel room. Like, and by the way, I like to wipe my dick on the curtains. Think of that next time you want to get the room some light. So anyway, I'm just saying, like, it's not, that's cheating if you're hotel room sex, and no, the hotel management said we have to keep it down. No. If you got the cops called on you in your own private abode, that, my friend, I salute you. I've not done that yet.
Several times.
Yeah, this apartment, and I was railing her hard. Jesus Christ, they come out the door.
See, I'll talk about exes.
What's the apartment? What's the house?
I will talk about exes, but I will never talk about my wife. My wife is a saint and an angel. She would never
I mean-
do anything bad.
I don't know how I got this apartment. It's a shitty apartment, but all of the people that live here are basically from over the border, and they go to bed at like 5 at night, and they take like drugs to stay asleep. Because I've had
Bruce, how old are you?
50.
Dude,
He's a
you're
pop.
not that far away from being able to move to what would probably be your paradise.
I don't want to go to the villages.
You even knew.
Of course I know. Fucking highest
No.
AIDS rate in the world.
I got a buddy.
They
that's
do got a
moving
lot of
to the villages.
STDs there.
I got a buddy that's moving to the villages. He says the women are just. I'm telling you.
Okay, the women at the villages are hot because we're close to them in age.
No,
Like-
no. He says he's married, right? He went down there. He said he walked into the bar one night. Oh my God! He said he had 3 or 4 women hitting on him all night long. He's just like, if I wasn't married, man, I would have been. He was like,
Marge
they're
Simpson
divorced and they
sister.
got money and they got, you know what I mean? He says,
Boy, do I got some good news for him. They're going to be sharing each other soon. Because that's how the villages works. Keep
I
arguing
really need Bear to get back in the panel because I gotta cue Bear's northeastern Jewish lady because that's exactly what's waiting for you at the villages. Oh my God! Did you see that guy? His dick was 6 inches long. I haven't seen something like that since the Nixon
I mean,
administration.
Jewish, yes, but not like that.
No, I was doing the Marge Simpson sisters.
I know. And yes, a lot of the people in the villages are Jewish from New York. I mean, they retired, they got a lot of money, they go to the villages and have orgies until they die. None of them are afraid of AIDS because they're probably going to die
They
of
all got
other
it.
shit before AIDS would kill them. So it's like, you know,
since the 70s.
yeah, when you're 78 years old, you're not afraid of AIDS. You're like, bring that shit on, or herpes or anything. I mean, why would you be afraid of herpes when literally everyone you know has it?
Everybody has it past the age of 50.
You know,
You got it
I'll
from
tell you how
somewhere.
you piss them off, though. Be an insurance company and forget to send them their Viagra on Friday.
Oh,
Boy,
oh God.
you will get some calls and some hate. Because, I mean,
Wow.
those old bastards, they already got plans, right? And now you fucked it all up because, you know, their little blue pill didn't show up.
And they might not make it through the weekend anyways, so it could be their last time.
Right. And now you know what it's like dealing with old people in Florida, not just the villages, everywhere. If it's a 55 plus community, just know they're freaks in that motherfucker. No matter what, they are in there doing all kinds of shit like you never even heard of. And my favorite is, when I used to have to do fire calls at the nudist colony, and you show up and there's always some Italian dude with like Harry is a fucking ape. He's got a big medallion, a big gold ass medallion here, or a bullhorn or some shit.
the Mr. T starter kit.
His balls are hanging down about knee level, and it looks like he's got like Godzilla's dick hanging down there too. You know what I'm saying? Like this guy is swinging salami, right? And you're there trying to work on a patient or whatever. And I get every time this dude walks up and like props a leg up on something and wants to start a conversation. And you're just like, and everybody always fantasizes. Imagine going to a nudist company. Yeah, you'll see a bunch of 70-year-old
You
people
never want to go to a nudist
walking
colony.
around buck-ass
I
naked,
went. I
playing
went to a
volleyball
place.
or some shit.
Have you ever seen Hedonism 2? You ever see the adverts for Hedonism 2?
No.
Mm-mm.
Hedonism 2 was a fucking sex paradise, and they always send you like the little adverts, and it was always like hot blonde, brunette, redhead, Mexican or mixed ethnicity woman on the brochures. So spent a few $1,000s to go there, and it's like a herd of 120
65
60s and
year
70s and 80-year-old men with fucking Viagra dick, and it's like a nudist colony, and like everybody's got a hard dick but you, because you just stepped off the plane. I didn't take my pills yet. I didn't. Where's the women? And like the only women that are there are the ones that are like serving drinks or like waiting tables. There's no women that go to hedonism. There might be one or two, but like it's literally just a sausage fest. Don't go.
Well, I was never going to.
Yeah, no
So
plans.
I don't got to worry
whatsoever.
about it.
Not on my
Be right back. I got to get some water. You guys are dry.
I mean, sorry to hear that, Dean. But yeah. The most dangerous thing in the state of Florida is probably the villages. You know, sure, we got crocodiles and caimans and green anacondas, but really, the villages. That's what's going to get you.
I didn't have any problem with Florida except for Valparaiso when I lost my dog.
Oh,
And
man.
That's Georgia. So
That sucks. I would be heartbroken if I lost my dog. I would never.
So I see an alligator. I just like, let me kill it before it tries to eat anything of mine.
See,
That's
here's
fine.
the rule. Control your shit. That way you don't got to kill the alligator.
If you guys would practice having safe neighborhoods, we wouldn't have this problem. Everybody back in the 80s should have been buying their kids a composite short bow and teach them how to hunt. What the fuck is wrong with y'all?
Yeah.
yeah. Well, let me just say this. I married a city girl. If I weren't married a country girl, I'd probably be living in the country right now, and every one of my sons would have know how to shoot a gun by now. You know what I mean?
Guns are nothing. Shoot an arrow. That's where the real talent's at.
I tried to teach my kids how to shoot an arrow. They have no interest. You know what? They'd rather sit online and play stupid phone games and shit like that. So
That's because modern children are weak.
Modern children are weak. You know what fixes a kid? An M1 Garand.
The Army.
Because you give them an M1 Garand or something like that, nice little top loading, like a Mosin, and just let them practice that thumb strength to push that shit down.
Oh my God. Don't even remind me about that shit. I had a Mosin and a K98. Trying to push that stripper clip in. Fuck.
Yeah, but I tell you what, you see something explode or you see something, you see a spray of blood from someone, you'll be like, okay, I can do this.
Well, I mean, yeah, deer hunting.
I mean, I wasn't given a rifle in the Navy. I was given a fire hose.
Why would you need a rifle?
I really didn't have a rifle.
I mean, it's not like you guys are actually soldiers or anything. You're just the cogs on the ship that make the ship do the thing.
My what you would call an MOS, I was actually qualified to be up to a GMG, a gunners make guns up to an E5,
Right.
but I didn't stay in long enough to go strike and do all the paperwork and test and all that shit. But I could operate.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to be insulting, but I'm just saying
I'm not taking it as
you
that.
are a part of a machine.
That's it.
And
That's
if
all
you
you
do
are.
your job right, then the machine just kills things.
Mhm.
Miles and miles away.
Yes,
But it's
and
not
that's-
like you individually are expected to kill things.
I preferred it that way because once I started reading about like Navy SEALs and all this stuff, like I reinforced in my own head, like you join the right service because you don't got to go run up on a beach and kill things. You can sit 40 miles away from it and fucking make craters.
And it rearranged the topography, right?
Unfortunately, I wasn't on anything but a fucking frigate. That was the biggest ship I was on.
Yeah, let me tell you, because I love telling. Let me tell you, sir. You guys had, the guys on the carriers, they had fountain drinks and hot chow all the time. And like during the Gulf War, right? Those guys
Yeah.
are hanging out off the course. Every now and then you'd hear like that battleship, those rounds cruising over. They sound like a train. And like warm cots and 3 squares a day. You know what I had? I had 2 boxes of fucking MREs jammed behind the freaking gunner's position of Bradley. You know, cold drinks. Yeah, we used to take a sock and get it wet and then put it around the bottle because the evaporation of the water out of the wolf sock will cool the water in the bottle. But just cool it so that you're not drinking fucking 150 degree water. I mean, so pretty much I'm jealous as shit of those Navy guys.
I'm just gonna say, like I
You know?
I watched fucking Navy films. There was even one where John Wayne was a Navy guy, and they sent Marines up on the beach to get shot, and then he's eating shrimp in the fucking boardroom. Man, it really sucks about those Marines. Waha. Chew, 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 chew.
Well, I mean, Marines, that's what their whole job is.
Their entire job is to run up and get shot at. Yes,
yeah,
I get it.
that's kind of their thing, though.
They're really good at getting shot at. I got to give them good
I mean,
credit.
they
Any
eat
Marines out there-
crayons and they get shot.
Shark was a Marine, wasn't he? Yeah, I got to call him soon.
Well, one of my brothers is an ex-Marine, and boy, do I F with him to no end. To no end. I am constantly riding his ass about it. And Nerds, ex-Marine.
Yeah, I don't talk to her that much. I don't go to Bear's channels much. It's
Right.
not that I don't like Bear. I like Bear quite a bit. It's just I don't like AI music.
I
And
don't
that's one
mind
of his
any
channels?
of that. I just, I only go to Bear's channel when Nerds playing, so I can listen to her bitch at everyone else in the game group. That's funny.
Janet has
And then she'll try to test Bear.
she always
Bear will
does.
have to smack her down a little bit. Fucking
The
hilarious.
Monday night game's fun too because they oh my god.
The Monday
Yeah.
game was great, but I think Janet gets PTSD from Nerd.
Well, maybe.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, I've noticed Nerd will, once she gets into somebody, she starts putting her hooks in them, and that she just pries shit apart. Let me find your weak point. I'm good at this.
Nerd is
The national treasure.
a national treasure.
Well, after she made the
Now,
fucking,
she don't like me personally because I told her that I didn't understand why she was lesbian if all she's going to do is fuck each other with rubber dicks.
I mean,
that
that's
would do it.
true.
That was a while back. And, apparently, even though she was a Marine and I thought she could take a joke, that wasn't true.
She doesn't take a joke or a dick.
I bet she takes a joke. And I told her that too. I said, nerd, don't lie to me. I know how lesbians work. You dabble every now and then. And I know you dabble.
I've never met a lesbian that didn't want to have a dick in them, not on them. Like,
Right.
So you're gonna have to clarify.
I have to clarify that because, like, I don't want somebody to think like, oh, Bruce let a girl peg him. No, I know lesbians, and I fucked a few of them, and I have to keep my mouth shut about which ones I fucked because, for some odd reason, they can't let that get out. But every single one of them, the same fucking thing. Here's their pile of problems. Either it's daddy issues, or I was an orphan, or some other garbage that happened decades ago, and you're just playing victim card bullshit. But what do you want? A dick? I got you. I got you, boo.
Yeah, it was kind of like that. The lesbians I'm talking about is like about once a year they would dabble. I mean, they were in no way were they ever going to be straight. I want to get that across right away, right?
I've met all kinds, and
They were very, very happy with their being lesbians, but just every now and then they want to get railed out by a dude.
I've met all kinds, and since I've never seen nerds, I can only approximate certain things, so it's impossible to say, and it's really, honestly, none of my business.
You've never seen Nerds, but you've heard her.
Yes.
You can tell a lot about a person by their voice.
Yes, absolutely, but there are other details that I was trained to pick up on, and without that, that's why even if I have
when you were running Black Ops for the CIA or what?
no, it was kind of the opposite, or they were our adversaries.
Oh, so that was when you were smuggling coke in from the south of the border.
No, that would make me one of their co-conspirators. That never happened. Even if I have to get
Shadow, get your shit together.
even if I have to get the person.
Okay, Meme Smith, I need you to make a meme of Shadow taking Square Grouper to the Coast Guard guys. That way we can have that meme set up. I need Shadow with a Square Grouper in each hand. Thank you.
Wow.
I don't know if you know this, Vic, but I have a professional memeologist that watches everything I do. and makes memes about it. And it's usually me, Bear, and Shadow, but sometimes Double D's in. And
I have yet to have one of those. So
well, if you're on
Condor's
my
always in
Discord,
the
just go
background
to the
being
meme
Condor.
section. The dude's done like
Condor's
50 of them.
always there. Condor's always in the background. He might not be here in
Condor is
real life.
always in the background having gay sex with somebody. Like
Condor-
sometimes you
That's
have to
not
actually
just in the
zoom
meme. That's
in
not
to
just in the
see him
meme.
because
That's-
he's really small. And you're like, what is that little black thing there? And you zoom in, it's Condor with another dude. And it's just like, this fucking guy.
But
And-
I always insist on like there's been some people I've met who won't show their face, and I'm like, okay, we got to have a one-on-one conversation in Discord where I can see your face, so I can remember who the fuck you are, and also I learn things about people when I can see them. When
What you
everything-
learn about me.
what I learn about you.
Dark Elf Magician, baby. That's from Community when the Asian guy dressed up as a dark elf. My name is Bartaklix. Magician, baby. No. Anyway.
Yeah, Nerd's great, Dean. I'm
You
actually
guys
going to
reminded me that I've been too busy to watch streams. Nerd used to hang out on my stream, but like I said, when I joked around with her about she should be banned from using cock-shaped sex toys and that I know that she dabbles, she kind of stopped hanging around.
Well, since she's married, there's a chance that her wife.
Something her and I will never agree on. She's not married.
You know what I mean, though.
Yeah, I
she's
know what
been
you
the
mean,
kind-
and I'm telling you the reality of it.
optioned. She's optioned.
Which I don't mind if a couple of people want to give each other like insurance and shit. I think that's awesome. But look, that's where it is.
I'm just trying to explain why I think that
You don't
would
have to
be an issue.
explain.
If you're in a committed relationship with someone, you don't want that kind of crap, floating around in the ether, making the other person.
Especially if you're a lesbian, because them bitches will beat the shit out of each
Yeah,
other.
the worst.
Yeah, I'm
call-
pretty sure Nerd's never gotten her ass kicked by her partner. She was a Marine, or
Yeah,
still
but
is a
can you say the same in the opposite direction?
I'm hoping that's never been the case. Just
Because
saying.
I'll tell you what, them lesbians be wilding out.
I know.
The
They
best
have the
fight
most
I've
domestic
ever
violence, on record, at least, as far as we know to date.
When I was
Which
banging
really
that
is
crazy
weird, and that's-
schizophrenic goth chick up in Jacksonville Beach, her neighbors were like lesbians. And there were a couple times when we were leaving her house to go grab something to eat and to hydrate. And fucking, there'd be like chunks of bloody hair and shit on the stairs. And we just be like,
That seems so weird, doesn't it? That's where the highest percentage of domestic violence
well,
was-
most men know better than to hit a woman.
or another dude, especially if, eventually they're going to be sucking your dick. You would think that the last thing you want them going through their head is memories of that, just saying.
Sounds
the
like a
best
good
fight-
way to get your penis bit off if
Right,
you're being
right.
honest. Yeah.
Yeah,
The best-
exactly. That's what I was trying to allude to. But thanks for
Yeah. And
coloring
I
in
wouldn't
that
like
picture.
no one. I don't think anyone's down for that kind of action. That doesn't
No,
sound good
no.
at all.
The best fight
But
I've
you
ever
get
seen.
two chicks, and it's two emotional bitches, and they're not afraid to hit each other because they're
just blows
chicks.
my mind. Just
So it's like, all right,
The best fight I've ever seen is two lesbian bitches going at it. One was Army, one was Marine Corps. They're both discharged. And the Army girl was a little smarter than Marine chick. Marine chick went in swinging, beat the hell out of the Army chick.
what's up,
The
Hungar?
Army
No,
chick
no, I
managed
don't.
to push her off a fucking balcony. And so EMS and everybody has to show up. This is during my internship back in 2006. And wow. There are times where you meet lesbians and you're like, I know why you're lesbian. It's because I can see you.
Right?
They were combined total of like 360 pounds
well, I mean,
and not pretty.
but you remember what I said about that? A heavy girl, if she's willing to be nice to a dude, she'll get a dude.
Yeah.
even if she's ugly, all she's got to do is have a good personality, be nice, and maybe show some interest in the dude's hobbies. And she's in like Flint, because dudes, our standards are all over the freaking place. You know what I mean? And mostly all we want in life is peace. And if we got a woman that's not going to disrupt our peace. So, yeah, you can be a heavy hottie and get a dude. Just be nice.
That's good, Hungar. Keep it that way. Hey, gents, I got to hit the road. The boy's going to be home, and I got to do the supper thing. I will see you guys when I see you.
Shadow, I am so
Mind if I see
surprised
you
that you're
first,
doing
Shadow?
supper, man. I'm
Why?
so surprised. Why? Because every Mexican lady I know, every Hispanic woman I know, they pride themselves on their ability to be in the kitchen.
Well, she's working, and she doesn't get home until later.
Okay.
And she cannot eat anything that the rest of the family wants to or can eat because of lupus. So
Ooh.
for the last decade or so, I have to do all the cooking if I want to eat anything. Plus, with a few exceptions, most of the stuff she eats, I wouldn't eat if I was starving.
Like Hal said, if you don't know what it is, it's lupus.
It's the MasterCard dietary. Well,
it's always
there. There's just a little slim stuff that you might eat.
it's mostly soup with ingredients I don't even know what they're called. So and it's never meat. And if it is, I don't want meat in a soup that's been sitting on to boil for hours and hours and hours. No.
See, that's weird because I'll pull apart rotisserie chicken and grab the thighs and chicken leg meat, and I'll dice that up, cut it up, and throw that into a egg drop soup.
No.
Well,
I love rotisserie chicken, but that's being turned into a sandwich where all the flavor is going to stay in the chicken and not in the freaking water.
Well, it
There's no
sounds to
flavor
me
for
like
chicken.
Shadow just doesn't like pot roast and stuff. That's fine.
To be honest, I haven't had one in about 20 years. I made it myself, and it's fine. It's just not my favorite. Doesn't sound bad though.
I mean, I'm a big fan of the pot roast. That's just me.
My favorite is pasta with sauce that's made with like spicy Italian sausage and peppers. And if you're even want to be extra crazy, throw some of those cherry peppers in there. Oh my God, yeah. So I'm talking about onions, lots of onions.
Onions are great. Gents, I really got to hit the road. I will see you guys later tonight or tomorrow.
All
Until
right,
then,
Costa.
happy trails, guys. Good seeing you again, Vic.
Happy trails.
See you too, Shadow.
Shadow. See, I'm just sitting here building robots and streaming until my wife.
I had the other night, James. This is after ArnieCon. I went to a place called The Local here in Minneapolis, and they had Irish poutine, they called it. And it was corned beef with it in a poutine. It was damn good.
Yeah, we've got like a sports bar down here that you can get traditional poutine, or you can get it with like beef tips or whatever,
It's a complete meal to me. I mean, that's it's like, all right, good enough,
But what I'm describing, the recipe is penne pasta rustica, and it's
I know what it is. I know what it is.
you got your cherry peppers, and then your bell peppers, and then onions, and then some good Italian sausage, and you cook the sauce for like 8 hours, and then you put it on penne noodles. And yeah, you know what you are Italian, aren't you? Both of you are. I'm surrounded by fucking wops.
Yep, you got the wops around you. Got all the Giuseppes.
Except I'm not Irish, so I don't gotta worry about it.
Well, I'm not 75% Italian. My grandfather decided to marry a Irish German girl, so
Yeah.
I got a little bit of that in me. But my mom was 100% Italian, and let me tell you, man, get out the Italian cooking, and oh my God, it's just sort of like, all right, I'm gonna die.
Here's the question, though, Vic.
Yes.
Does she know how to make a good Kentucky-style cornbread in a cast iron skillet?
Yes, my mom has made cornbread.
Yeah,
I
but
do
I'm
not
talking
know how
about
to
it's
make
got to
it
be
good.
made.
I do not.
special.
I like cornbread, but I do not know how to make it like my mom used to make it. I think a lot of it had to do with butter because it was so buttery good.
Well,
I mean,
the first thing is you got to get the right corn. White corn is for eating, yellow corn is for horses.
yeah,
And then you got to get your cast iron skillet and put some lard in it, not a lot.
Del
And
Crisco.
you got to get it really hot, like on the oven top.
Yeah,
And then you make your batter, or maybe you already made your batter, and you pour the batter directly into that super hot cast iron skillet, right? And once you got all the batter in there, you put it in the oven at 350 for, I don't know, 20 minutes. And when you pull it out, it's nice and golden brown on the top, and the bottom is crusty and like really crunchy, you know? Because this ain't sweet cornbread, because sweet cornbread is just yellow cake and F that shit, right? And then you just put it out and cut it up and eat it with your beans, man.
well, I see. I'm not a big bean lover. I'm sorry. It's
You
sort of
don't
like
have to apologize for not being poor, man. I mean, you had what you had. I'm not jealous about it.
well, part of it
But
was
I grew up in a
Part of it
community
was-
culture where we ate pinto beans literally every day.
yeah. Well, part of it was my dad's best friend was a beef farmer, and it was like, oh, hey, you know, buy a half a cow, and the half cow was sitting inside the freezer, and you know,
Yeah, we hardly ever got beef. We did get a lot of pork though. Of course, we raised pigs, so that makes sense, right?
yep. And pork
you
is a
said to
lot
take
cheaper
off.
to raise than the
Well, when I was really, really young, my mom did have an old milk cow. So, I mean, but that's different, you know. You don't eat a milk cow, you milk a milk cow, right? But yeah, we raised pigs. And every single day, it didn't matter what else was on our table for dinner or lunch, same deal. There would always be cornbread and pinto bean soup, always, every time.
Mm.
No matter
Yeah,
what
well,
else.
my mom would spend hours in the kitchen, and there'd always be marinara sauce, or you'd go out to the you go out to the freezer, and there would be my mom would spend all day making lasagna. And there'd be trays of lasagna in there. So I was like, oh, cut a piece off, put it on a plate, bring it in, heat it up. You know, it's like,
Yeah. I mean, it's cultural.
yeah, it's all cultural.
Yeah, I mean, you know.
Where is
I
your
grew up in
lovely
Appalachia
bride today
eating
there,
cornbread
James?
and beans. And
Where's
to
your
this
lovely-
day, I still eat cornbread and beans.
Where's your lovely bride?
She went to get her nails done, and
Oh.
the little Vietnamese owned place she goes to, since she gets her feet done and her toes done, and so they like soak her feet in like some shit with lemons in it and whatever and scrub them.
Yeah.
She is like really hardcore into maintaining her feet.
Oh,
And then she gets her nails done, and plus since she does work like 10 hours a day all week, it kind of gives her, you know, a couple hours outside of the house.
Yep, I can
She
understand
took me
that.
with her before, and I got a pedicure, and it was super uncomfortable because the chick that was giving me the pedicure was the youngest of the people that worked in the place.
Mhm.
So she was like 25. She wasn't wearing a bra, and her shirt was really loose. So when she's working on my feet, I'd look down and I'd just see her jugs just hanging, you know? And so then I'd have to look away because, I mean, you know,
Yeah,
it'd be a good way to get smacked upside the head.
yeah.
So,
I got smacked this weekend for having a toad swallow my girlfriend's character. Rolled a natural 20, giant toad.
they'll do it.
I said, hey, honey, I rolled a natural 20. If it didn't roll a 20, I might have said you're halfway in, but it's a natural 20. You're
Look.
sucked in.
Those giant toads hanging around the outlaws camp outside of Hamlet have
Yeah.
ate plenty of adventurers.
Yes. Well,
And
luckily,
people don't even
luckily,
know.
she rolled like a 19 after that, and she killed the toad.
Cut her way out.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I've had a player once get swallowed by like a giant garfish. And that's extra horrible because if the garfish decides to run, what are you going to do?
right.
It's in a river and it swims like 20 times faster than you ever will. So it's like the garfish is like, oh, I got some num-nums. I'm out.
Yeah.
You know, but luckily they killed it before it could get away. But yeah, man, I've like mostly halflings. They're traveling from Hamlet to the bandit's lair, and the next thing you know, frogs jump out and start eating halflings. It's like, oh my goodness.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that's just how it's going to be around here, you know. But you know, shit happens. And I was on Bloodworth's channel the other day. You popped.
Yeah,
in.
I was on. I saw you on there. I give you a little crap. You'll reprobate.
I am a reprobate, but I do pray and try not to be.
Yeah.
You know, one day it might take.
The only person that can judge you on this point is your wife.
Well, she's
She
happy
might
with
agree
me
with me.
because I've done all my chores and been very helpful.
Yeah,
That's
well,
why I
she-
got spaghetti
yeah.
because I was being really good. So she made a big pot of sausage gravy. Not okay, sausage marinara sauce.
marinara. Yep. There you
And you know, made me some noodles, and I've been like snacking on that for like 5 days. When she
Nothing
makes
wrong with
sauce,
that.
she makes it in like a 2-gallon.
Yeah.
And whatever we don't eat, she freezes, and
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
And then at some point, it's like, well, we got frozen ravioli, frozen sauce.
Yeah.
Whip that shit out and throw it together. Done. You know. I mean,
Oh yeah, it's the simple meals. You know.
Italian food is definitely. You know how they do the thing where if you had to give up a type of food, Italian is never going away.
No.
I mean, Chinese would go before Italian. I mean,
Sushi would go before Italian.
right. I mean, it's just like Mexican food is going before Italian.
Yeah.
That's how I am. I'm like, look, I love myself. a good
Cajun
chorizo,
food would go
whatever,
before
but
Italian. Cajun
but-
would go before Italian.
there's just way too many good dishes in the Italian genre, you know? Like you said, lasagna, or one of the things my wife likes to make sometimes when she's feeling in the mood, manicotti.
Oh God, yes. I love making manicotti. It just takes so damn long.
Because you got to stuff those freaking tubes.
I've
she'll
got
make
a
stuffed
stuffer.
shells.
I've got a stuffer here that for
Nice.
for sausage, and I'm thinking one of these days I'm going to see if I can put the manicotti stuff in the top and have it push it into the manicotti noodle. The problem is, manicotti, if you push too hard,
It's going to
you'll
break.
split the shell, and then you're like, fuck,
Right. Right. You don't want it to break.
And then if you don't have enough to make a tray of manicotti, what I do is I use that in a lasagna. I get out the lasagna noodles and I make a lasagna out of it. And then it's like, oh my God. Now
And
that you're making me talk about this, James, I'm going to have to make this for like Thanksgiving. I'm going to have to take the day off and I'm just going to have to stuff it all and just
My first wife's grandmother was from Napoli,
mhm.
and she would make. Now you're Italian, so maybe you know about this. I'd never heard of it before, but she did it. When she made her lasagna, there would always be like a layer of sliced thin boiled eggs.
No, I never used boiled eggs.
But then again, she was from the tip of the boot, so maybe that's just something they do down there.
It might be. I just put sauce on the bottom, layer it with noodles, cheese. You know what I mean? I just keep building up from there.
Right.
Cheese, meat, noodle sauce, meat, noodle sauce, or sauce, cheese, meat. You know what I mean? I just keep layering it above and above and above. So, but
hers was exactly the same way, but there was that layer of eggs in there.
Maybe it was just to make sure nothing sits on the bottom of the pan.
No, it wasn't on the bottom. It would be like in the middle.
Oh no, I've never heard that.
Like she would
And then-
boil eggs, then she would slice them thin,
Mhm.
so you have the white and then the yolk, and she
Yeah.
would layer down.
Huh.
And then there would be sauce, cheese, whatever, you know.
Right. Now,
And the first time I ever ate it, I was like, I've never even heard of this. And she's told me, she's like, this is how we do it in Napoli. And I was
Yeah.
like, all right, well, I'm going to believe you because what F do I know about any of this shit? you
right.
know?
Well, and
Nothing.
when I make it, James, I take my sauce. I'll have 2 or 3 crock pots going at one time, and I'll put meatballs and pork spare ribs in, and let them sit there and get, you know what I mean, tender. You know, you pull them out and it falls right off the bone, and then I'll use that as layers. I will mix the meatballs and those pork spare rib meat together, and I make a layer out of that to make it, you know what I mean? So it's just like, oh God. And then I use 6 cheeses, you know, I use the Asiago, Parmesan, mozzarella, what the hell was it? Ricotta, and you know what I mean? I put,
Yeah, you gotta have ricotta.
yeah.
Yeah, my wife, she uses the Parmesan, whatever, the super fancy stuff that's actually from Italy.
Yeah.
That's like hard as a brick, and you got to freaking grind it.
Right. Yeah, that's the Parmesan.
And yeah, so when she does her like lasagna, it's the Parmesan, ricotta with
Parmesan,
parsley
ricotta,
and stuff in
mozzarella,
it.
Asiago, Fontina, and mozzarella.
Yeah, I don't think she puts as many cheeses in,
Well, that's
but
just
she puts a shit ton of cheese in.
right. But
You
that's
know,
my
it might
recipe.
not be 6 different ones, but there's going to be some cheese in
That's
there.
my recipe to put it in there, you know, and get it just perfect. You know what I mean? It's just like, all right, here it is.
Well, I mean, it's obviously a dish that you kind of created. So, I mean,
Well, and then meatballs, I do meatballs differently than some Italians do it too, because I put veal in mine. I'll use a pound of veal, a pound of ground pork, and a pound of beef, and I'll mix it all in there. And I won't use an egg to put it together. I'll use more cheese. You know what I mean?
right.
That's my binding agent is more cheese. It's like,
You know what you remind me of?
what?
You remind me of, and we were talking about earlier, the movie Goodfellas,
Yeah,
when they're in prison and they're cooking the sauce,
yeah.
and the mobsters are all like, it's got to have sausage, it's got to have veal, it's got to have beef, you know, and they're talking all that shit. And then one guy's like, hey, don't put too many onions in it, though. You always put too many effing onions in it, right? And the guy's like, I didn't put too many onions in it, Polly.
Yeah.
You know, and yeah,
That's like
the
garlic.
thing-
Somebody's saying you're gonna put too much garlic in something. I'm just like, who are you?
I mean, you know, I'll tell you what. Not only will garlic scare away vampires, but it'll keep you from getting like sick.
Well,
You eat a lot of garlic, man, and you never have to worry.
garlic
about
is a staple. I mean, just you know what I mean. And sure, I'll throw onions in there, but I chop them up pretty fine. I'll admit I don't leave them like, you know, here's an onion ring of garlic or onion ring of onion. I chop them up, you know, and so they're in there.
Yeah.
You'll taste them, and so what? You know what I mean? I don't care. You know.
Yeah. My wife, that's how she does the onion. She chops it up nice. By the time the sauce is cooked for like, you know, 6-7 hours, you don't even know they're.
Oh
It's
God,
not
they're
like
so
you're gonna see
translucent.
an
They're so
onion.
translucent, and you can't even taste them. You know what I mean? It's just
Well,
so
I
great.
feel like you can taste them, but you can't see them because
Right.
they've like liquefied into the sauce.
Right. Right.
And that's like I said, one thing about my wife is she believes that if you cook any kind of sauce like that, it has to simmer on super low for like 6-8 hours.
Oh, minimum.
So when she decides she's gonna make me pasta as a special treat, she wakes up first thing in the damn morning and gets the sauce going.
Now, does she use the canned tomatoes, the whole tomatoes, or does she use the stuff that's already pureed?
She honestly, it depends what we have in the house.
Okay.
So I guess the correct answer to that is both.
Yeah. I
Because sometimes
use
she'll make the sauce and it'll be whole tomatoes. Sometimes it'll be like the diced tomatoes, but in a can, and sometimes
Right.
it might be pureed. I mean,
right.
you know,
I generally try to stay with the whole tomatoes, a whole Italian Roma tomato thingy, and or San Marziano tomatoes, and put those inside the crock pot, and then use my stick blender to get them all down there to the point that it's like, there we go, dog. Now I add some paste in, and I mean, that's the way I do it. But
well, for paste, yeah, she uses the little
Yep.
can, but
yeah, Hunts or whatever,
whatever it
paste,
is, yeah.
it doesn't make a difference really. It's all
But yeah, she like, it's like, if we're having pasta, that sauce is gonna either it's gonna cook for 6 to 8 hours, or she's unfreezing it because it's a sauce she already made,
right.
and then it's gonna cook for a while more while she's doing whatever the hell she's doing.
Right,
But-
she's heating it up naturally instead
and
of
she's
using the
not
cooker.
she is not Italian at all. She is like Danish, like 100%.
Yeah, but she learned from somebody. She learned a good recipe from somebody.
Yeah, she also makes me an amazing beef stroganoff. And she can
I
make
love
those
stroganoff.
meatballs like freaking IKEA. She can make those.
I love stroganoff. So I'm a sucker for stroganoff. If your wife
Yeah,
made
if I could say
stroganoff,
one
right
thing
there.
about my wife. One thing about my wife that I'm always amazed by is how much sour cream she can eat.
Oh, and I'm not a big sour cream guy, but I can eat cottage cheese.
Oh, I love cottage cheese.
Yeah.
But I mean, but like I said, she's Scandinavian. She's
Yeah.
putting sour cream on every damn thing. And I grew up in a house with a Russian guy. This dude ate sour cream for dessert.
Yeah.
He would take sour cream and put it in a bowl, put blueberries on top of it, maybe a little sugar, stir it up, and that was his dessert. Berries and cream, he called it. And I'd be like, that don't seem right to me, but hey, I'm not your boss. You're my dad, so knock yourself out. But not so sure about all that, but whatever. Well,
Everybody's got their taste, and if you grew up with that kind of stuff, that's what you like to eat. I mean, I can't eat a ghost pepper. Somebody says, "Here, want to try a ghost pepper?" I'd be like, "Go fuck yourself."
Look, I don't want to eat anything that's so hot that it makes it where I can actually enjoy the food I'm eating.
Right.
That's stupid. It's like,
If it goes
we've
in
got
that
this
hot in one
delicious
end,
dish,
it's going to come out twice as hot in the other. I am not
Right.
doing it. You know what I mean?
but it's like you got this delicious dish. Say you've got a curry or something, and it's amazing, but some asshole added so much something to it that you can't even taste it. It's like, no, I'm not doing that shit. That's what British people do. British people tend to over spice their curries. Like if you actually get an Indian curry, it's nowhere near as hot as a British curry. Because the Brits think that it's like a right of manhood to eat hot curry. Because they're weirdos. I mean, I love my British brothers, but they are fucking weird. And that's one of the things about them that I find to be weird. Because the number one dish in England is actually chicken tikka masala.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean, they don't like specifically enjoy like their own food even.
yeah. Well, somebody said I should go to Britain. I'd love the food, and I'm just like, eh. I've seen what they like for breakfast, and I'm like, eh.
What throws you off? The blood sausage or the tomatoes
And the beans, blood sausage and beans for breakfast. Oh, thank you. I'm more of a charcuterie board guy. I'm like, give me crackers, give me cheese, give me salami, give me, you know what I mean? Give me some fruit. I'm good. This is what I'll eat. You know what I mean?
Well, I would be remiss to tell you that I don't absolutely love an English breakfast. I do.
Well, everybody
Nice
has
big greasy breakfast with plenty of stewed tomato, plenty of of potatoes and stuff. Yeah.
Oh, I love potatoes. God, I've eaten so many potatoes in my day. I'm surprised I don't grow potatoes out of my butt. You know what I mean?
You've
It's
ate
just-
so many potatoes in your day, you're practically a potato-headed Nick.
Right. And that was another thing my dad got for free. I mean, he'd come home with a 50-pound bag of potatoes. Here you go.
Yep.
Fill off the truck, honey. He'd
Yep.
hand it to my mom, and it was like, okay, I guess we're gonna have this tonight with potatoes, and that's tomorrow night with potatoes. So I'm just so used to, it's like, oh, a Stanley.
There is my wife.
Is there's the boss?
Yeah. That is what you heard outside. He's been waiting for you patiently. He has been singing the song of the abandoned pup. Well, hate to do it to you, Vic.
Oh, it's okay,
But
man.
that time, man.
Yeah, well, say hello to your beautiful bride, and we'll talk to you later, man.
Yeah. Tater-headed goofball. Yeah, that's
All right, you reprobate.
Yeah, Hunger's like the king of the reprobates.
Yeah, well, no, he's a dwarven reprobate.